Hola, buenos días. Buenas tardes. Buenos días. Estamos a breves minutos de comenzar la actividad, así que los invitamos a todas las personas que están al otro lado, ustedes ya están sentados, las personas que están al otro lado para que tomen asiento y podamos comenzar con nuestro seminario. Eso.
Ya.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todas y a todos.
Good morning,
Soy Diego Artigas,
everyone.
arqueólogo perteneciente al equipo de educación del Museo Chileno de Arte Precolombino.
Yes, I am a member
Durante hoy
of the
y
Archaeology
mañana estaré a
Department
cargo de la
of the
conducción de todo
Pre-Columbian
este
Museum of Chile.
Tenemos el agrado de darles la
Today and
bienvenida a
tomorrow
la
I'm going
segunda
to be
versión del
with you.
Seminario
I'm
Internacional
very
Experiencias que nos
pleased to
conectan, Innovación
invite
en
you
Educación
to and
Museal.
welcome you to
Este seminario
our
lo hemos organizado
seminary
conjuntamente
called
con el Ministerio de
Experiences
las
That
Culturas,
Connect
las Artes y el
Us,
Patrimonio,
which is related to,
con
it's sponsored by
el
the
Museo
Ministry of
Chileno de Arte
Culture
Precolombino,
and
Fundación
History,
Olivo y el Comité
and
de
it's also
Educación y Acción
by the
Cultural de ICOM,
Chilean
en una búsqueda por
Pre-Columbian
amplificar el
Art
impacto
Museum
que las áreas de
and the
educación de museos
Oliva
públicos y privados
Foundation.
están teniendo
And we
en
are
sus comunidades
working
y
with
audiencias.
helping the
Les voy a contar un poco de
museums
historia sobre
internationally
este evento.
in
Esta
connecting
idea
the
surge en
communities
el año 2021
and
en
the
pleno contexto de
museums.
pandemia
This
y
initiative
a
started in
poco fue tomando una
2021 during
forma y se
the
acabó
pandemic,
con
and
el primer
it
seminario internacional
started
Experiencias que nos
converting
conectan,
into
estrategias,
the first
innovación en educación museal.
international seminary
Esa
of
primera
the
versión estableció
experiences
una
that
plataforma
connect
para
us.
compartir
This
experiencias concretas
created
de
a
la educación
platform
museal,
that helped us
analizando el papel que
create
nuestras
and
instituciones
connect
deben
people
desempeñar
with the
como agentes de
different
cohesión y facilitadores activos de impacto
institutions
para la
that
convivencia social,
are
buscando
the
contribuir al entendimiento y
actors that help us
del
to connect and help face the challenges of the that we are going to face as institutions. And it also includes digital technologies within the concept of pandemic and also all kind of connections. And in the second version, we are going to think about the role of the museums, of the different spaces of the bring people together and different cultures. And for that, we have different presenters who are going to talk about their different experiences. This is also transmitted in Spanish and English on streaming in channel 1 and 2. And at this moment, we have over 200 people connected in Chile and the rest of the world. In order to start this, I'm going to leave the floor for Cecilia, who is the director of the Chilean Pre-Columbian Art Museum. Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here with us. We are very excited to have this second part of this story that started in pandemic with the museums that were closed, with a huge budget crisis that even put in doubt the continuity of our institution. And in these circumstances, we also have the help of the Oliva Foundation that helped us to create this specific purpose, which was to create the area of education that is going to be a solid foundation for this museum. And for that, first of all, we needed to talk about what is the education in museums in the current world, and especially in the context that we are working now with the originary peoples and indigenous peoples heritage. So we have to bring this debate to the global level. What is being done in Latin America, in Europe, in our country, and different people helped us with their experiences. They shared their perspective, and from there we created an internal debate that created the first educational policy of the museum that is published and can be seen on our webpage. That was the very relevant starting point that has reoriented of all the educational work in the Museum of the Pre-Columbian Art in Chile. And this second seminar that is face-to-face presential, so we're very happy to have all these people who are going to share the experiences in Chile, in Europe, in the United States, in the rest of the Latin America, and it's going to provide us possibilities to share our experiences and give a new step, make a new progress toward different perspectives. How do we build the narratives in the museums nowadays? How do we evaluate the work that we are doing? And how can we get to know our audience and their needs? And how do we open these exchange areas and participation inside the museum? These are very relevant topics. This debate is very important. All of you work with these topics, so we expect that this experience of this event is going to enrich your experience of your audiences, of your collaborative works in every one of the institutions that you participate, and that finally we're going to be able to offer some program and a project, educational project in Chile, in Latin America, and that is going to increase the scope of the work of the museums, investigations, curatorship, and everything that we're doing nowadays. So the only thing that I would like to do now is to thank all of you, and also to the Olivon Foundation that has been always helping us to continue in this adventure. Also international services of the heritage that have accompanied us throughout our work, and they are here today as well. And also all of you, and especially and the educational team of this museum, who have great energy to raise this project and make it a reality. And thank you all for being here, and I hope that this is going to be a memorable experience. Thank you very much, Cecilia. Now I'm going to leave you with Giles Hillerman, who is the General Manager of the Olivo Foundation. Hello, everyone. We are very happy and very excited to be part of the second part of the International Educational Seminar in Museums. This is a great situation to be able to be in person here with you. This is a space that different organizations and different cultural organizations of our country and around the world, we come here to share our experiences and topics that we're passionate about and that are now more than ever relevant. Museums are the entities that bring value of what we want to preserve in our past and our history, but also there are live spaces where we get moved with different activities. There are spaces where we change our way in which we understand ourselves and we relate to the world and our society. Everything that happens in the museums, it's expositions, different workshops, different guided tours and events are the moments to learn, to deeply learn for, and we could be 5, 10, 80 years old. Museums always can impact us, change our experiences, make us reflect about our origins. They are a reflection of the complexity of the human history, and it celebrates us every day. This period after the pandemic has been very important to help museums to become again a social place where different communities can get together. We also have different areas where we can interchange our ideas regarding interculturality and the use of the technologies so that we can also promote the inclusive participation, and it also has a great impact on its audience and its communities. And as this seminary says, these are the experiences that connect us, that inspire us, that nurture the work that we perform, and that we, all of us who are doing some jobs related to the culture. In the Olivo Foundation, we think that this is a very essential part of every project that we want to create an impact. And this is a collaborative space where we are going to learn from others, share our experiences, put it in practice. This is a space where we can go deeper into our practices and see what is the role of the museum, what are these transformative experiences that are going to affect also the society. And I would like to thank Cecilia Puga and her amazing work that works at this Museum of the Precolumbine Art of Chile and the Ministry of Art that has always been here supporting us, and every one of you who are here with us to support with your focus, with your experiences, with your knowledge, and you're going to make this event even greater. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jael. And now we are going to have Carolina Vergari, who is a Vice Secretary of the Patrimony Heritage. are you? Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for Cecilia for having you here in your amazing museum. It's great to be here, and it's a great honor to be able to have this short speech to tell you about this collaborative space that is as important, and because it's very important to make relevant, as the director foundation was saying, because finally we are getting out of this pandemic, and that is also helping us to get back to the museums. I remember when we started with this government, the museums were still trying to open their doors, trying to create these spaces that we had before the pandemic. And now I'm very happy to see that we are finally, this sector is coming back in force, back to the numbers of the visits that we had before the pandemic. And I think that for all of us who work in the heritage area, it's very important to see that these things are going back to becoming important for the society. And I would like to thank to the Oliva Foundation for the museum, and also to my own team who has been working really hard to create this space. And I would also like to say how important education is in the museums, and I think it's because museums are the place for the heritage education, and they last longer, and this education is much longer than what we learn in school or at universities, because museums are always open for us at any stage of our life. So we have an opportunity to a very important opportunity to see how museums as a collective and as personal have different importance, how each person can get into a museum in their place and get impressed with masterpieces of art, and to get to know other places, other people, to question their knowledge and perception. So also in our ministry we can see that museums are also part of the cultural cohesion, because they are democratic, they're pluralist. But it's important to have these spaces to strengthen our democracy. Museums should always be seen as the open questions to all the people, and places that tell us that we can make difficult questions that could be sometimes difficult for us, and also they could start these different possibilities to live in a community and to help people to get closer to us, who could consider themselves part of the community, but at the same time they have individual perception of each museum. So from the ministry we have been working a lot in these times, and we should soon start, and we're very excited, I have to say, to start the heritage education policies that we have been starting. We're working on them since last year, and we want to create a network of the heritage educators, not only museums but also libraries, and also it could be your neighborhood assemblies, so that you can work on different heritage of your cultural areas. And we have a very good budget that is going to help us consolidate the work that we've been working on last year and this year, and we're going to continue working on it, which will help us to widen our work and incorporate more museums, because this was usually there are lots of museums who don't belong to the state, who are not dependent on the state, like municipal museums, private museums, etc. So we want to include all those museums, and not just those that are national museums. So this year I'm very proud to say that not only we approved, and last year we got out of a mixed committee that analyzed these budgets. This also is going to have a great increase in the budget for the museums and the heritage, and so we are going to try to help that the public spaces are as important as the heritage, and And we already have over 25 years of these public policies, but we started with 11 objects that were open. But now we have about 90% of Chilean communities that are related to museums. So it's been a celebration that was absolutely part of the community. And about we increased 25% of the activities come from the society. We're not talking about museums like this one. We're talking about students, school students, or community assemblies that they want to also get part of this heritage education. And we want to make it more democratic and make it more bi-directional and what we understand as a heritage education. So it's not that I am giving my knowledge to the others, but I also want to learn from the communities that are going to provide also a useful information for us. So that's bi-directional communication. So finally, to finish my presentation, I would also like to thank your invitation, the possibility to be here. We believe in the importance of this sector. And we're always being asked, why are we always talking so much about money and budgets? But the thing is, whenever we want to do something, but even if you have the will and you have the good intention, we also need, every time when we need investment. So every time we invest something in spaces like this, we're also investing in our democracy. We are also making public spaces in the neighborhoods like this that are going to make it safer. It's going to make people feel happier to be here, especially when these spaces are of such a high excellence. Because our people don't need something that is average. They need the best that we can offer. So thank you very much. I saw the list of all the presenters, and I think we are extremely interested and motivated to hear what they have to say. And because we are going to create more collaborative networks that are going to help us and that are going to help with the audiences that are coming here and that are going to help us see that we are working with the society, with the community, and it's going to include children from their youngest age, which is going to create this interesting a spark of interest in this, and also people of all ages that are going to come to these amazing spaces and enjoy them. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much, Carolina, for all your words, your welcoming words. And our motivation is to learn to interchange. And we know that these are multiple topics that are associated to the museum education, and that's why we've actually divided this seminar into three topics. So first of all, it's the social challenges and the construction of narratives in social spaces. And for this, we're going to have the first panel, which is museums and power discourses, challenges from. And then we will also have a series of practical workshops. And today in the morning, we're going to start with this topic. And also we have a topic which is transforming the experiences in museums with transformation and technology tools. And we have an open call. We've received more than 20 experiences in Chile and the rest of Latin America. And 8 of these experiences were selected, and which are the ones that we are going to be presenting in different cases during the afternoon today. And as a last topic, we also understand the importance of measuring and evaluating the impact of public policies in the museum. So tomorrow we're going to see this in the Recoleta Dominico building tomorrow, and we would like to highlight certain presenters that are going to be tomorrow, sharing their strategies and knowledge to be able to make progress in all these challenges. And now we're going to start with our first panel, which is museums and power discourses and the construction of narratives. And currently, museums are being called to question themselves about their colonial origins. Where have their collections come from? How have they been formed? And also the way that they form narratives on people and communities. And also we want to present political, institutional, local and international practices that approach all these topics and the ethical subjacent decisions that have to be made. So we're going to ask all the presenters to come forward, please. So from 2014, Naomi Giard, she has been working as head of the services to visitors in the Museum Carnavalet, and in collaboration with her director, she participated in an important project for renewal, which made that the museum was specially accessible for all kinds of public. From when the museum was reopened, she's been working together with all her colleagues and collaborating with the different departments to be able to define and apply this development strategy and diversification of audiences for the establishments. In March 2024, she published the text Des Museums Socialmente Vifs, socially vibrant museums. And then we have Sarah Shihan. She joined the Science Museum Group in October 2023 as curator of the project Cotton Connections, an initiative of 2 years which is being funded by the Esme Fairbairn Collection Fund. And the project explores the collection of textile industry from the museum in collaboration with the communities in Africa, and also working with the diversification of the community commitments. And so Sarah's going to be speaking in English, so if anybody wants to listen to the translation, please go and get your earpieces. And then finally, Felipe Armstrong, who's head of curator head of the Chile Museum, Pre-Columbian Art. And also he is archaeologist of the University in Chile. He has been an academic and a professor invited in different universities, national and internationally. And Felipe has dedicated to archaeology of art, studying in particular the art in the north of the Chile and Rapa Nui. And also today he's working on a project, research project around corporal sceneries in the north, in the semi-arid north. So this is going to be coordinated by Claudio Alvarado, who's a doctor in architectural studies, and today he's a curator of the intercultural Okay, so we're going to leave you all here in the panel so that you can develop all these topics that we're going to be talking about. Okay, how are you all? Good day to you all. So we're really happy to be here and to be able to talk about, in this first panel, a fundamental problem that we have, which is it's very difficult to not talk about education, evaluation and articulation between the museums, communities, citizenship, without thinking of narratives. So how do we configure narratives? And this is one of the most fundamental elements that museums have to work around. Museums construct discourses, and so concerning with power, how we connect with communities, how we interact with them. And for this we have a panel, and so we're just going to be starting now. And in first place we're going to start with Naomi Giard. So please, Naomi, the floor is over to you. Hello. So thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here in Chile, and I'm going to try and talk in Spanish. I'm sorry if I make any mistakes in Spanish. I'm also going to be reading through my notes because it makes it easier for me. So anyway, if I just make any mistake in the language, I'm very sorry about this. So these are very social sensitive questions, but they didn't speak Spanish sufficiently, so it's not to. So please, again, just like to say sorry if I don't use the right terms. So this intervention will be developed in two stages. In first place, I will offer a general definition on how museums can be looking out for social questions, and then how do we approach these social questions in our museum. So the thing about the museums and the social question is this isn't new at all. So in the last few years, this has acquired a lot more importance and much more expectations from the audiences. So the questions are the following, and that the museums have to answer to all these questions. It's just so. What are the questions can be made to museums on social questions? So how should they do this? If they should do this, and what are the obstacles, the risks, and the benefits? And this is the questions that we pose to ourselves when we're starting the renewal of the museums and all the challenges of the museum as a history museum. The idea was to make it interactive, considering all the social questions. So the idea was to take all these progress that we made, social and cultural, because they belong to the history of Paris, and also to question the meaning that the museum can have for the society, considering the magnitude of determined crises and situations, political situations, economical, environmental, and so on. And I won't be going back to the story of the social role of the museums, but I think that we can think about this in this roundtable, these fundamental events that happened in 1972 from approximately 2017. Various movements have shown a new interest around all these questions. We can mention, for example, the international company, that say that museums are not neutral, and this movement started. And also the movement of the story of Bellas Artes, when they're talking about all the works that represent a colonialist past, a slavist past. And this discourse that accompanies all these subjects have not been revised. And so this evokes many reactions, because more and more people are looking out for these kind of questions. So this, just like to go back to this, museums are not neutral, but just like to go back to these questions. So in particular, because there's more and more people that are looking out for these questions, and they're attracted to visit museums as well. And also because the visitors today, they feel that it is legitimate that they can talk about and express the disagreements, and the same as works that represent women that are under the gaze of patriarchy, and today they have a feminist lookout on them, which is more certain. And so that they're talking about the lack of acknowledgement of the context in which these women or these objects were born or they were collected. And these presentations of women or people that belong to minorities, that can also be perceived in these representations as degrading, or the absence of these people between the artists that are exposed or the themes that are selected, are also an obstacle for the development and diversification of the audiences. And all this contributes to make a museums into closed worlds that can be perceived as indifferent and even hostile before the evolution that society has and the new questions that arise, and making people making museums lose their credibility. And so for the museums, it's quite difficult to maintain at a margin of all these great questions that are being asked. And we can ask for 3 examples that are controversial, that have come into the lives of the museums. And the first one was following the assassination of in George Floyd in 2020, so it's in the National Council of Museums in the United States, declared that museums cannot be neutral. They are not separated from their social context, from the power structures and from the struggles of their communities. And when it seems that they are separated, this silence is not neutral. It's a choice, and it's the wrong choice. And this declaration had great in North America and all the world as well. It was had great impact. And another register, which is just as important during this year, the same movement, Me Too, after having been out of the museums for many years, it finally reached the museums in the figure of Pablo Picasso, because in 2021 in France, there was a podcast. I'm just going to translate the title of the podcast, which you can see here. And it's Venus shaved its vagina, and it's talking about the masculine domination and art. And in June of 2023, the exposition is Pablo Matic, and it's Picasso according to Hannah Gadsby, and it's inaugurated in the museum in New York. And the last example, which are demands that have been subjected to in museums. This, for example, Stop Oil activists and the actions of different activists in different museums around the world. And beyond the reactions of the indignation and also of not being able to understand what was happening, some analysis showed that these reactions were responding to the need to revitalize museums and artworks to connect them with social questions that are being held currently. And with all these new demands, expressions and expectations, museums have to confront their own ambiguities, and they are confronted with ethical and justice questions that they have to find an answer to. And they have to be open to all different kinds of cultures. And there are various examples of how certain museums have answered all these requests. It can be in many areas of the museum activities, for example, from the territorial communication to the acquisition policies, and also going through mediation, events that are programs, temporal exhibitions, permanent exhibitions, and also all the internal policies of the institution. And so during the renewal of the Museum Carnavalet, there was a collective reflection to be able to give a reply to all the questions of the public, which were more and more varied. So it wasn't just about centering, it was centering on the definition of themes, of the permanent themes, and the selection of the works that were to be shown. So the idea was to re-elaborate the connection, and the idea was to establish connection with issues that were more contemporary, that were maybe not so central, to have a better representation of women as artists and representatives of the works of art, and also to have a good look at the discourse around all the different works of art, and also using social issues, for example, the struggle for women's emancipation, and also to be able to set the basis for a better response, better capacity to reply to all these very socially sensitive questions. Now I'm going to start with the second part of my intervention, is how do we tackle all these questions in the museum and its cultural offer in particular. In the first place, we were going to present very quickly the museum and its renovation.
Okay, so I'm going to just quickly go over this because I don't have enough time. But Carnaval Museum, which shows the history of Paris, which it has 3,800 works and has about over 1,000,000 of the visitors every year. This is a very old museum that opened its doors in 1880s, and it's in 2016 it decided to replant its presentation and to make it more available for all the audience. First of all, 10% of the showed work are put at the height of the children, so that they created a specific expo with the drawings made by children. And we can see here in these different contributions and some examples here. The children worry about the peace, beauty, and also different social issues. And their also works are sometimes weird, sometimes funny, sometimes sad, but they can help us and all the visitors of the museum to consider the works of art in a different way. I'm going to quickly translate these texts that kids wrote, and I'm going to put it in Spanish. So they also offer to visitors over 200 different devices for the accessibility throughout the museum. They are made for people who have different visual discapacity, or also people and audience who are with different neurodivergent difficulties, and for people who are children, adult, etc., and people who speak Spanish, English, French, but difficulty, or people who don't regularly visit museums. And above all, here we can see some examples. It allows us to make the visit together with your family, friends, and all these other visitors, and that avoids discrimination. In this base, as it's been reopened, we have several ideas that help participation of the visitors, and that helps us to get them more involved because it strengthens our connection with the audiences, and it also attracts people who don't usually come to the museums, and also it helps people who are going to also see things that are more contemporary. It's going to become more relevant regarding the expectations of the audience. I'm going to show you an example, a very important example for us, which are different videos which are called Paris words, and we put them in different halls of the museum, and in which we can see that people can share their point of view of different artwork. Okay. There are English subtitles.
Je m'appelle Mathuzan, je suis un stagiaire de l'école de la deuxième chance. Je viens de Sri Lanka et je suis en France depuis 2011. Et depuis mon arrivée, j'habite à Paris. C'est un fragment d'un mur qui entourait Paris. Et sur ce mur, on voit écrit ici, c'est l'ancien mur de Paris. Et dans cette phrase, ici est écrit avec un Y. Et ça m'a rappelé des petites fautes que je faisais à mon arrivée en France. Depuis le jour que j'ai su que j'allais venir en France, plus précisément à Paris, je regardais des films, des vidéos, et j'avais une image très positive. Mon premier jour à Paris, quand j'ai vu ce mot, j'avais l'impression d'être... je me sentais important, très fier d'être là. C'était plein d'émotions. les premiers 10 ans de ma vie, c'était dans mon pays. Et là, c'est les deuxièmes 10 ans de ma vie, ça se passe à Paris. Là, je me sens un peu plus parisien. Parce que je connais plus sur Paris que mon pays. Je vais dire, je suis 80% parisien.
So now we have 2 more minutes.
Olivia, j'ai 10 ans, j'habite à Paris. Mon œuvre est la manifestation du mouvement de libération des femmes. Et voilà. Dans cette image, ce qui m'a plu, c'est surtout de quoi ça parle, parce que j'aime beaucoup le droit des femmes. Depuis que je suis au CE1, quand j'ai fait un journal de l'égalité femmes-hommes. J'ai parlé d'Aliénor d'Aquitaine, car c'est elle qui commandait et elle faisait des guerres. Je l'imagine plutôt en train de donner des ordres. Parce que je ne comprends pas pourquoi les hommes auraient le droit et pas les femmes. Parce qu'elles voudraient plutôt être plus libres de choisir si elles veulent avoir des enfants ou pas. Je me dis que c'est normal et que ça devrait être accepté pour tout le monde. Mon corps, mon choix. Parce que c'est notre corps et donc c'est notre choix. J'ai un dessin. Et ça représente la manifestation qu'on appelle MLF. On voit 5 femmes devant avec une banderole où il est écrit « On n'est pas des poupées ». Et derrière, on voit des gens avec des panneaux. Ils obligent les filles d'être gentilles, d'être belles, bien, parfaites. Voilà. Mais quand même, je suis parfaite.
So these were some of the examples of these different initiatives that we have created, these different Paris words. It's in French with the subtitles in English, but you can also find them on our web page, of the museum web page. The interesting thing here is that very often when we let the visitors to talk, let them express themselves, and they always start talking when they talk about their rights, their identity, and we can see that they are much easier. It's much easier for them to talk about it and explain it. And to finish, in 2022, we started the dialogues with the audience, and the objective was to create spaces for young adults in the museums. We had over 330 people participating. And in this dialogue, and what we identified are the missions that we could identify for the museums by the participants. And number 1 is to represent identity, the plural identity of the Paris dwellers. Mission 2 was to make people want to go to a museum and learn more about their cities, and because for us it's very important. And finally, very important is that museum needs to be a place for the social connection with the civic role. With this, we have started to develop different kind of visits and events that are dealing with different social issues, such as the children's rights, refugees' rights, the nature's rights, etc. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Noemi. And it's very interesting to think about these in a city that is so universal for us who live in the southern end of the world, and that we have to think that they are still rethinking their way to become even more plural for these different voices and angles. And on the second place, we have a very special invitee who is Sarah Jihan. Please, take the stage.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Good morning, everybody. My name is Zara Shaijan, and I'm a project curator for Cotton Connections, a collections-based community partnership project currently in progress at the Science and Industry Museum in Manchester. I'm really glad to be here today to speak to you about this project. In this presentation, I'm going to provide some background about the importance of this project to the museum. I'll then go on to share some of the approaches we have taken to engaging global majority community participants with the museum's textiles industry collections. Through this presentation, I'll also give some insights into the challenges we faced as well as some of the project's achievements so far. So to provide a brief background about myself, I am a textile design graduate. During my studies, I developed a keen interest in Indian textiles, which I explored extensively throughout my art. However, upon researching Indian fabrics held in British museum collections, I often found that museums held very limited information about the projects, objects and their provenance, and frequently shared narrow and often very Eurocentric perspectives about them in their galleries. So this overall experience sparked my interest in the issue of representation in museums and how museums can better serve global majority communities and the wider public. I do believe that by working in partnership with these communities, museums can better understand and interpret collections that relate to communities' heritage and lived experience. So I'll begin with some background about the Science and Industry Museum. We're located in Manchester, which is in the northwest of England. The museum is part of the National Museum Group, a group of science museums which includes the Science Museum in London. We are a museum of science and technology with collections covering around 200 years of scientific and industrial developments, from the Industrial Revolution to the present day. On average, we receive around 600,000 visitors a year, which includes almost 40,000 school visits. One of the museum's most important collections relates to the Manchester region's cotton industry. Highlights from this collection include historic working textile machines, archives, and fabric samples, some of which are displayed in the museum's textiles gallery, which is one of our most popular spaces. So, for all of you who might be less familiar with the history of Manchester's textiles industry, and in particular its connections to narratives of colonialism and enslavement, I'll give a brief overview which should provide an insight into why the Cotton Connections project is so vital and important for the Science and Industry Museum. So Manchester is a city shaped by its cotton industry. From the late 18th century, the manufacturing of textiles in new machine-filled cotton mills transformed the town into a booming industrial center. This center of industry created new patterns of life and generated great wealth for some, shaping the city's growth. Yet, the mechanization of cotton manufacturing put Manchester at the center of international networks of agriculture, trade, and manufacturing, which all relied heavily on enslaved labor and colonial systems. By 1860, almost 90% of the cotton being processed in the region's mills was grown by enslaved people in the southern United States. Furthermore, Manchester's cloth production often imitated and culturally appropriated designs and techniques from South and East Asia. These imitated textiles were sold back to these regions with devastating impacts on their economies and communities. Many objects in the museum's textiles industry collection are connected to these complex histories of exploitation, yet the museum, like most museums with these sorts of collections, has not historically prioritized the work to research and interpret these stories. Instead, the focus has been on stories about inventors, engineers, and mill workers, and on the local impacts of Manchester's industrialization. Global narratives, particularly those connected to colonialism and enslavement, have often been forgotten or deliberately obscured. Furthermore, the museum's collection has historically been developed through perspectives, values, and biases about what should and should not be preserved, collected, researched, and displayed. So this is the context of the work that is now happening at the Science and Industry Museum to address this imbalance and share a more accurate and inclusive representative story about Manchester's cotton industry, its role in the Industrial Revolution, and the impact it had on people and places around the world. This work represents a key area of focus as part of the Science Museum Group's commitment to inclusive storytelling, which feeds into our organizational value to be open for all. This is about ensuring that all audiences see our museums as places where they belong, and we also know that stories we choose to research and share through our collections, displays, and programming play such an essential role in creating places where everyone feels welcome. We also know that for some people, particularly those from global majority communities, continue to feel less welcome in our museum spaces due to the underrepresentation of global stories. In 2019 to 2020, only 10% of our visitors from Greater Manchester were from global majority communities, compared to 16% of the wider local population. People from these communities are also underrepresented in our staff and volunteers and throughout the wider museum and heritage sector. Museums are not simply repositories for artifacts, they are active in shaping societal narratives and have historically been spaces where societal power dynamics are both reflected and reinforced. Working in partnership with global majority communities to explore the global histories of Manchester's cotton industry and how these are shared in the museum is central to our approach to addressing the gaps and silences in collections, displays, and in turn contributing to a more equitable society. So here we are, Cotton Connections. Cotton Connections is a 2-year project which is exploring the Science and Industry Museum's textile industry collection in partnership with members of Manchester's Black African, African Caribbean, and South Asian communities. Together, we are investigating the connections between the collections and colonialism and enslavement. We're also working together to think about the opportunities and challenges around using and developing the collection to tell more inclusive stories about these histories in the museum. Whilst this is a shared history that is relevant to all audiences, people from Manchester's global majority communities have specific links to and valuable perspectives on the textiles industry collections. This is due to their heritage or lived experience. The project is giving them the opportunity to shape decision-making about what collections and stories are given attention and how these are shared in the museum. So one of our aims throughout this project is for global majority communities to feel a greater sense of agency around the development and interpretation of the textiles industry collection, and see the Science and Industry Museum as a place where they feel represented. We are also aiming to transform our institutional understanding of global narratives embedded within the collection, and the ways in which these stories are interpreted for our audiences both now and in the future. We aim for the outcomes to live longer than the duration of this 2-year project. Cotton Connections is laying solid foundations for ongoing work in this area, strengthening relationships with local communities and developing our expertise in working in this way. So engaging with topics such as colonialism and enslavement can be emotionally challenging, particularly for those people from global majority communities who have direct connections to the histories being explored or lived the experiences of their legacies, including racism. In exploring these topics, there is a risk of re-traumatization and negative impacts on mental well-being. For this reason, at the outset of the project, we developed an approach to well-being designed to protect and support both colleagues and participants. Maintaining a focus on well-being helps foster a mutually beneficial and respectful partnership, reducing the risk of the project being extractive or causing harm. And our approach to well-being aims to promote care and healing. So some of the well-being measures that we've used in the project include a wellness plan, which includes links to well-being resources, monitoring mechanisms, and support options for participants and colleagues. Risk assessments for all activities, which include an assessment of the obvious risks associated with the subject matter being explored and measures to manage those risks. And we have content warnings on all objects and images that have the potential to cause harm. Promoting ongoing reflection and clear, respectful dialogue throughout the project. For example, we use a simple reflective tool at the end of every session which enables participants to share feedback. This to monitor well-being and gauge how the project is going. Regular reflection is crucial, and we are prepared to adapt and improve our approach based on this participant feedback. So by prioritizing well-being and continuous reflection, we aim to create a more supportive environment that acknowledges the emotional labor involved in being a participant in this project. So, participants explored 3 types of fabrics sourced specifically for this phase, this being chintz fabric, check cloth, and African wax. Each fabric type was manufactured in industrial Manchester, but connected to people and places around the world through its designs and where it was sold. The opportunity to touch and feel the materiality of these fabrics helped to deepen participants' connections to the stories they hold. We discussed how chintz fabric made by Indian skilled makers was copied and mass-produced by Manchester manufacturers, how checked cloth woven in Manchester was sold in exchange for enslaved people, and how wax-printed fabric produced in Manchester mills became deeply connected to West African and Indonesian culture through appropriation of both design and technique. These workshops were eye-opening for a lot of the participants who hadn't until this point felt that they were properly represented through traditional British narratives. Some were already well-versed in the legacies of Manchester's cotton industry and its far-reaching impacts, especially when these linked to their background, culture, and community. They expressed relief and satisfaction that these narratives were finally being examined, feeling that their lived experience was being recognized and validated. All these introductory workshops were vital in building trust and confidence amongst community participants, enabling the next phase of the project to progress. At the end of this initial phase of the project, we produced a temporary display in the museum's conversation space, a pop-up display space that is part of our textiles gallery. This was important as it gave visibility to the project in one of the museum's most visited galleries, emphasizing the importance of this work to museum visitors. The display highlighted emerging themes from the introductory workshops and platformed the voices of participants who had taken part in these sessions. So during the introductory workshops with participants, several clear areas of participant interest started to emerge. We used these emerging themes to design the next phase of the project, taking a lead from participants about where their interests lie and where they felt they needed further exploration. Phase 2 consisted of a program of workshops designed to more deeper explore objects from the textiles industry collection in partnership with participants, organized under 3 themes of resistance, systems of exploitation, and culture. In the resistance workshops, we looked at objects and images representing various forms of resistance, and we also explored stories of individuals who resisted the exploitation of Manchester's textiles industry. In the systems of exploitation workshops, we looked at objects representing global systems of exploitation that were part of Manchester's textiles industry, and we also considered the perspectives through which we interpret objects like these and how they can affect the representation of global histories. And finally, in the culture workshops, we explored fabrics and designs produced in Manchester with a focus on their broader cultural significance with their global communities. We ran these workshops with 2 cohorts of participants, a youth group and an adult group, both of which were made up of people who had attended our introductory workshops and decided to join us on the project. This split enabled us to tailor the workshops to the needs of different age groups, and it also gave us valuable insights into how different age groups respond to the histories being explored. Each participant was paid for their time and contributions, which aligns with our commitment to fair and respectful community partnerships. And as a facilitator of these sessions, it was my role to guide participants through these collections, encourage discussions, and support their engagement with the materials. Alongside each of the collections-based workshops, we ran a related creative workshop, facilitated by a creative practitioner from a global majority. These workshops enabled participants to creatively respond to the objects and stories that they had encountered in the collections workshops, as well as think about ways in which these stories could be interpreted through the museum through creative or artistic outputs. These workshops included collage, poetry, embroidery, and collage appliqué. They fostered deep and insightful discussions and provided valuable insights into the stories and themes that spoke to most of the participants, as well as the creative approaches that they were most interested in. We are now preparing for year 2 of Cotton Connections, and we are in the process of co-designing the next program of activity. We held a reflective session at the end of phase 2 where we asked participants to tell us about their experiences so far and what sort of collections and themes they wanted to explore in more depth. This information is feeding into the planning for year 2, during which participants will also make decisions about the project's outputs, which could include new displays, digital content, and museums tours or trails, or new object acquisitions. So during this project, we faced a number of challenges that I thought it would be really helpful for me to share today, as well as some insights into how we managed these issues. These included some practical challenges as well as some more complex issues around participant responses and external political events that have impacted the project. So first thing was access to original objects. We were not always able to provide participants with access to original objects from the museum collection. It was difficult to schedule participant sessions during these times when our archivists were available to make material available. And we also faced restrictions on what collection objects we were able to take out of the museum to other venues. To overcome this, we created some of our objects and shared images of them or purchased replica items. We also experienced an interesting challenge around the different perspectives of the two cohorts of participants, adult and youth, on the work we were doing with them. We found that participants in our youth group felt more empowered and motivated to be part of the work that we were doing to improve the representation of global histories. I feel this may have been due to their youth and the fact that they were newer to many of the themes being explored. Whilst they expressed understandable frustration that these topics weren't taught to them in school, overall they were more positive and open about what could be done to make change. And on the other hand, with the adult group of participants, I felt were more gradually honest about the lack of trust they had in museums to represent their histories. The themes seemed to weigh heavier on this group, perhaps due to lived experience or familiarity with these complex histories and themes. I think these differences illustrate how important it is to meet participants where they are at and be prepared for the fact that not everyone will hold trust in your organization from the outset. And another significant challenge we faced was the fact that phase 2 of the project coincided with a serious wave of far-right riots that took place across England this August. These riots targeted people from global majority backgrounds, and this had an impact on some of our participants' ability to feel safe traveling to and from our workshops. We responded by updating our risk assessments and making adjustments which included paying for taxis for participants to get safely to and from venues, and adjusting workshop timings to avoid people being outside after dark. It is worth saying that whilst the racist riots impacted our project, they also served to reinforce how important this sort of work is. And finally, some challenges around language barriers, as there were a number of participants whom English was not their first language. Ensuring that participants were able to fully engage with each workshop activity and understand the processes was sometimes quite challenging. We overcame this by focusing on visually engaging objects and providing clear, accessible information in person rather than in writing. But for phase 3, we are planning to use translators to ensure that language is not a barrier to access for these participants. So that brings me to the end of everything I just wanted to share with you today. So just to finish, I'd like to pass on my thanks to the organizers for having me here today. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Sara. Qué interesante pensar
Thank you very much,
cómo los
Sarah. It's very
objetos
interesting
tienen
to
una vida
think
social.
about how these
necesidad de
objects
repensar
have a
permanentemente
social life and how
la
we
relación
have to
histórica que tienen estos
constantly
objetos,
think
pero también la
about them
relación del presente que
and their
tenemos con ellos.
historical relation, but also present relation that we
Para
have with
terminar,
them. In order
nos
to finish
acompaña
today,
desde la casa
we are going
Felipe
to
Armstrong.
have our
Felipe.
local Felipe Armstrong.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Bueno, gracias al equipo
Thank
que ha
you
organizado
very
esto
much, the
y a
team who
estas tremendas
organized
expositoras
everything,
superinteresantes de los
and
casos.
all these
Lo
great
que yo voy a presentar
presenters. What I'm
es,
going
como
to
dice ahí, una
present
reflexión
is, as
en
it says
relación
there,
a los
just a
trabajos que hemos estado
reflection
realizando en el
regarding the
museo.
works that we have been
Si yo lo
performing
estoy
in
presentando
the
yo, este es
museum,
el trabajo
and
de los
even though I'm
distintos
presenting it
equipos
myself,
que
it's
se
the work
relacionan
on
con
different
públicos, pero también el
things
equipo de
that
comunicaciones,
are
de curaduría, de
relating
educación.
with the
En el
audience, but
fondo nos hemos
also
enfrentado
the
a estas
curatorship
preguntas o a
work.
estas
And
tensiones
so
que
we
tienen que ver
have
con
been dealing with
el
these
espacio
questions.
del
We've been
museo en la
facing
sociedad y
these
cómo
questions
dentro
about the
del museo
space
y
of the
desde el museo
museum
se generan
in the
ciertas narrativas
society,
y discursos
and how
que
we create
efectivamente
different
tienen
narratives
implicancia
inside the museum and outside the museums, and
la
how we
relación de
have
las
to
personas en
bridge
la
those
comunidad y eso
differences and this
evidentemente con la
relationship
construcción de narrativas
of
de poder.
and these power narratives between the community and the museums.
Solo como pequeña introducción,
So just as a mode of
creo que
introduction,
estamos de acuerdo en
what
que
we
los
agree
museos
on is that
podemos
museums
ejercer poder de manera
can
que,
have
en que
power,
otras
and
instituciones u
they
otros
have a
colectivos
power
no lo
that
hacen.
our
En
institutions do
primer
not
lugar, hay
have.
que recordar el
First of
origen
all, we
histórico de
have
los
to remember
museos
the
y del
historical origin of the
coleccionismo
museums,
institucionalizado,
and
ya sea por
institutionalized
organizaciones estatales como por
collectionism
privados,
could be a
que en
state
el
or
fondo le
private
otorga a ciertos
organization, and it gives us a
conjuntos de la
certain
sociedad el acceso
group of
privilegiado a ciertos bienes
society
patrimoniales.
the
Por
access
otra
to the
parte, los
heritage,
museos
and
construimos
also the
narrativas
museums
acerca de
also
otros en
create create narratives about others, to put it in quotation mark, because not everyone participates in the museum work. So we have a privileged access to the heritage and all the resources that are created from them. And so the museums can also have impact on the public policies and the social discussion because we have stronger voice. And finally, it could be maybe a little, but we also can move economic resources that are also going to help museums to have even more impact. So the question is, how do we exercise this power? Because what we have power, but how are we going to apply it and use it? And how we can share it and distribute it with other points of the society.
En ese sentido, nos
interesa pensar estos tres ejes de acción en los que vemos que se atraviesa el tema del poder.
Por una parte tenemos un eje temporal. Estos tres ejes son particularmente relevantes para un museo como este, que tenemos una colección que abarca la historia del continente desde hace miles de años hasta el presente. Y por lo tanto el eje temporal es central. Lo mismo para museos de historia, pero en general para los museos en el sentido de que estamos resguardando patrimonio para el
we are also keeping the heritage for the present and for the future. Then, of course, how do we take care of the collection? Then we have space axle, which is talking about the scope of these narratives that we are building, because are they particular or universal? Are they special or universal? And can we create the narratives that are going to affect both scales? And finally, social-cultural axle, which is the relation of the museums with multiple social actors that are very diverse in current time and day. So these, I don't know why these numbers went around, but these are three axles that we are going to present now.
Los museos en general tienen esta tensión, ¿cierto?, entre el pasado, el presente y el futuro. Y yendo en específico a la misión del Museo Chileno de Arte Precolombino, que es conectar a través del arte el pasado con el presente de América, eso se vuelve explícito y evidente. Pero vemos que hay una tensión en el sentido de que estos tres conceptos, pasado, presente y futuro, no son neutrales, como conversamos también antes. As we were talking with other presenters, the words are not neutral. What is the past that we are keeping here? What present are we relating with and debating with? And what future do we want to project? And here is a very cliché phrase by now, but it's very interesting to think about it. Who found the past, who controls the past controls the future, and who controls the present controls the past. So the past has a power that is going to be related to the present and the future. So we, as the museum team, are thinking that the past that we want to project in this museum is the American past. We want to erase the limitations that exist between nations nowadays, but it's also creative because it's artistic, but it's also in economic, social, and political, because in Americas there were diverse systems that have been constructed in America, and we should consider them as a part of the human creativity and a part of the human history. The past of the American continent is diverse, we all know that, and we always try to remind our visitors through the curatorship, through the guided visits. It's also a complex past because it's a past that it also has its conflicts, violence, power issues, and it's important to have it in present. And regarding the present, we have to consider that, as we spoke before, there are many identities that are related with the ages, with interests, with the way that we see the world, and also points of view. Present as well. is complex, the tensions, and we can see lots of collective issues, the climate change, the war conflicts that we can see around the world. So everything that is a public, the audience that we are relating to are within this context. And the future that we want to project, that has to be inclusive, participative, aware of its past, but it's also past that is rational, future that is rational, so that we know how we are using our history. As a case study to think this relation between the past and present and future, I wanted to point out the project, which is the thought catalog, which is an effort to create a connection between the originally or indigenous tribes of Chile that are the expert in creating and using certain pieces that we have here in our collection. So in that way, what we tried is to create a methodology with the cultural property, so that they're going to be possible to collect these knowledge of our indigenous and originary tribes, and then to put them in different resources. And one of them definitely has to be the information that these collection pieces have. And for that, in our museum, we have people from different tribes working. We have started with Mapuche, with Atacama and Rapa Nui or Easter Island collection. And each specialist, one specialist from each of these tribes has come, or people has come, to help us work and organize our specialized teams for the Mapuche, Easter Island, and Atacama collections. They come to talk about these collection pieces, sometimes in their own language, sometimes in Spanish. And what we do is we get that as a video recording, and we're hoping to have it in our guided visits as well as video material. So we think that these kind of strategies allows us to start creating a real intercultural connection, so that the original tribes, indigenous peoples, are not considered just to be the subjects of the study or somebody you interview and then's done, but they're going to be people who are participating in the museum work. And we have some of the photos of these different specialists who arrived and seen our collections, and they provided very rich information about its use, production, and importance and value of these pieces. So we think that these dynamics of the power flow becomes, with this way, we shorten the distances as we open to the intercultural conversation. Next point is the space. As I was saying, it can be related between the particular and general. When we're talking about private and general, we're talking about the complex past, complex universe. We have to have differences of these different tribes and the people that we've been working with. They have different development, but at the same time, the museum needs to create narratives that are going to be global, as my colleagues were saying. How is all this related to what is happening in the world? What are the social implications and all these concepts, social concepts? So how do we make these specific contexts to make into something more general? So we have to think about the scopes of these resources that we create in museums. And then I wanted to show you a case that we don't have any answer to. This is the Machiki Moon, which is Mapuche shamanism, which is an itinerant expo in Antofagasta that was created from 2022 to 2023, and So shamanism and their visions outside of time. This was the unit that was also curated by a Mapuche specialist, and it became very discussed in the social networks when it became aware there. It says, as you can see there, it says there was a whole debate about if Mapuche and the Mapuche tribe actually, or people, they had their spiritual development could actually be developed with shamans and these, because it was actually covering the Mapuche culture, and it was just some arbitrary name. They mentioned there that museum doesn't know anything. Why are we talking about shamans and what is it about? And created a whole discussion in our museum. What do we do? Are we going to continue using the word shamanism, even though Mapuche consider that it's not the correct word and it's even insulting? Or should we continue the museum word, and because we want to include Mapuche in the human discussion in relation with the other states of consciousness and spirit?
Finally, we opted to eliminate the concept of Chamanismo Mapuche, and so in the end we just left the Machi Común. But it's a debate that was left open in the sense that, well, we're going to talk exclusively or the particularity of the habitual Mapuche practice, or do we want to insert that practice, Mapuche practice, in the ample sense of the practices in Latin America and shamanism in religious history? So the question there is, what scope do we want to give to this as a museum? Do we want to speak at a global level and at a very local level? And here we see a really good example of this, and we can see evidently from these kind of comments there is a tension related to power, and it seems that the museum can install concepts that can be very problematic. And another study case, or in this case we're seeing the particular and the general, is we're seeing a very dynamic case that we showed last year, but it closed, which installed a piece of the museum from the Human Rights Museum, which was produced by Orlando Letelier, who was in prison after the overthrow, and this was in the context of the 50 years of the overthrow. And so this also opened the debate on the social networks, because people were asking, what's this doing in a pre-Columbian museum? But it was part of a whole project that we were doing, but we thought it was very appropriate to be able to install this discussion in commemoration of the 50 years. And so this is what we're talking about, the particular and the global. So what is the scope of the discourse of the museum? Which are the ambits that we can reach out to? And so that's also very important to what our colleague was talking about, the social questions. We also did some talks, some discussions around human rights, because it also seems to us that these were very relevant in this context. And finally, we have the axis of the social and the cultural, which is related to how we're going to relate with each other in this present that is multiple, that is diverse. And in museums, multiple agendas and discourses converge. So we have to be very conscious of the reality of the audience. The audience today is much more demanding. They complain a lot more. They have a lot more influence on what the museum does. And there's also change in the audience after the pandemic, because now there's a whole different concept of what is virtual, which is very different to before. the pandemic. And there are also groups that exist that have been historical marginated or left out from all the projects that we're doing. For example, we're trying to incorporate indigenous people in things that we do in the museum, and also to understand that the museum is an important platform for meetings. And so with this in mind, we've developed a series of conversations, of programs, of talks that attempt to diversify the conversation about this future cycle of American culture. And so we've been talking with different intellectuals, different authors in Latin America, and how do we produce knowledge inside the museum, and also theater plays as well with the Mapuche language, Mapudungun. And so what the museum has tried to do is to widen its offer that it has to be able to reach other audiences, yet at the same time to open to the audience, to the public, as a space for discussion. And this is just to show you this, that in the end, all these discussions have allowed us to be able to establish certain policies which look forward to the extension in the future of this museum. And so all this was originated from the first meeting that we had that allows us to think of the museum as a museum for contemporary debate, intercultural museum, inclusive museum, and the museum as a bridge towards the public. And on the other hand, is development of the curatorial policies, which looks to produce knowledge, looks to show the different intercultural objects as well, and also to show reflection of the different communities that impacts on our future. And we're also talking about a museum that is in the present, which is multicultural, and which is reaching out to the future. Okay, so thank you very much to Noemi, Sara, and Felipe for the very interesting interventions, each one. And this is being transmitted online, so there's lots of questions that have reached us online. So we already have many questions. The idea is to have a good conversation, though. So if anybody wants to ask or want to comment or wants to give their reflection, or I can do it as well. So I'm going to start. There's a question here that is probably based on the three presentations, which is based on the articulation with the different communities, how we generate links, how do we explore some dimensions around power. That is to say, do museums control how the narratives are managed? How are they produced? How do they make sure that these narratives are more plural and more heterogeneous? And I imagine that there's a lot of problems around this. There's a lot of tension around this because it's not easy. Because when you start to talk in museums about the colonial problem, for example, or when you start to talk about the contemporary problems that are related to excluded communities, lots of tensions start to emerge because museums are characterized by their own stories. They come from much longer genealogies from the 19th century, and so how do we resolve all these tensions? How do you confront these problems? How have you approached them? And what solutions have you come up with? And what have you finally executed? Narratives that actually show all these complex and sometimes painful stories, but opening possibilities to be able to manage this that we've tried to define as interculturality. So how do you approach these problems, these debates, and open discussion towards the future? So if you can answer in the same order that you presented, please. Noemi, first. I think that the teams in the different museums, we have to be very reactive we have to also be very attentive, and the word I'm looking for is we have to be very agile. We have to be very agile to be able to understand and to adapt. As Felipe was saying, for example, with this thing about the shamanism. So we have to be very attentive to and always putting in doubt things that we're sure about. It's not easy, of course, because from what I know, museum has to be very assertive. It has to be very sure of its discourses. And there's this story or the idea of the museum that it has to affirm things, but sometimes we can understand them and understands the different questions and debates. And we can also do this with lots of meetings and events and be presenting different cases as well. But there's always the possibility of being able to debate, discuss with the different audiences, and listen also to what they have to say, and evaluate all these concerns. All these concerns should help us evaluate what's going on. Bueno, simplemente para hacerle eco.
I do think that one of the ways of addressing these power dynamics in museums is accountability from the museums to its global majority audiences. So just speaking from my experience in this project, I feel like the reason we had to split our participants into two groups was to avoid this kind of umbrella term of what representation looks like, because we know it can be varied across age, demographic, other things as well. So I think it's also to do with where inclusive storytelling starts and stops. So for us, because our textiles collection is deep-rooted and linked to colonialism and enslavement, it feels like for that audience that's where the representation ends, when actually there's more power in researching kind of what happened before and what's happening right now. So for example, when we've been adding to our object handling with textiles from around the world in order to tell these stories, it's also to obviously highlight those injustices and colonial exploitative systems, but it is also to give those communities more pride in what they've contributed, kind of what the techniques that existed before mass production of textiles was. I think it's about being honest about what you can tell and what you have space to tell. And obviously putting those audiences in the decision-making seat so they can decide what's for them instead of it being just solely from the museum, because for us, you've got to also counter into the fact that we have a lack of diversity internally. So the people that are researching and interpreting a lot of these objects will always have a biased perspective in how that's happening. So there needs to be, again, my presentation, bridging that gap. There needs to be something that bridges that gap to give more power to those communities to take it for themselves, if that makes sense.
Sí, bueno, concuerdo con Sara.
Totally agree with Sarah and Noemi in the need to be honest, as they were saying, and also to be always thinking and having doubts, because museums are always full of tensions inside. There's always going to be different visions that I also think these should be made explicit to the different audiences, because there's not just one monolithic discourse as before it used to be. So it's important to see who is the museum, who are the people in the museum. And also, when we're talking about the problems, I think we have to consider that the different audiences or different people are not unidimensional. And in that sense, people can be, or for example, a person can be an indigenous person, can be a woman, and also can be a right-winger. And so it's very difficult to be able to focus on a very stereotype audience. So the thing is how to be able to get to know these different audiences and also to get to know in detail these different audiences. And also, of course, one of the big problems that we usually find is that we can have visions that are totally opposed to each other. And then we have to say, well, what are we going to do? And that's something that we should have present in the museums, that we can't have everybody happy.
So there, if anybody else has a question, if not, we're going to continue. There is also a big question that is related. How do we decide what's common? Common for a city or for the science, for the industry, for American phenomenon. The question is, what do we consider universal? And I think that there is an issue nowadays in Chile, and I think this question comes from what Felipe was mentioning, but there is a tension between universal and particular. So how have you treated this issue? How have you faced this issue? How can we create the narratives that are going to explain universal issues, but bring them to the local level, this global change? Because right now in Chile we have that issue that is very notorious and comes from the northern part of the world. And I would like to know, how do you see it? Maybe you could mention something, Sahara.
What comes to mind straight away when I think about kind of how do we link it together from like those particular stories to more like objective ones, and through the themed workshops that we did through phase 2, one of the themes was culture, which in more detail it was about, again, looking at fabrics and designs made in Manchester, but then they were exact copies of what was made around the world, but then it led into a deeper discussion about the issue of sustainability, in that what does it look like for these countries that had to endure these colonial systems. So it gave everyone kind of a common goal to think about sustainability in the present. What does it look like in the present day, and how does it link to these colonial systems as well? So I think there's been kind of a weird fine line between me wanting to create a path for participants to engage with modern issues, contemporary issues, by examining the past properly, because I do think there seems to be kind of a stop and start between what we want to kind of remember in the museum, and then it's kind of, okay, let's move on to something else. But I think that for me is the first thing that comes up, is that everyone was really engaged with that one common goal to research more about the sustainability of their native countries and how Manchester has impacted that, and then working on ways to think about fast fashion, slow fashion, consumption, like cotton growing cultivation, the idea of having clothes waste in West Africa as well. It's just like a whole different new avenue of topics to go into, but I don't think that would have been possible without having those global majority participants in the room with us when we were trying to investigate and explore the collections further.
Noemí?
Namely, so the difference between the particular and the global, it's a very common topic in France, because we're always talking about universality. We're always trying to make it in France. I can talk about the museum in particular because in the renovation we tried to have an universal accessibility focus so that everybody can be present and everybody can get to the presentation with translation, with different simplified text, also text in Braille letters, alphabet. And we also try to help with these devices to create, they allow the accessibility for everyone. Thinking about these devices that are going to cover the needs of all the people with different needs, and that focus helped us become more relevant for all the visitors of the museum. I don't know if I explained myself really well, because I've seen the images of these devices, and what we've been looking with these devices is to allow all the people to be able to visit together, whichever is their identity, their story, their history, their origins, their expectations as well. And it's something that we need to share in our visit, and it's also the objective to provide these main keys to understand what's being presented, which is the history of Paris from the prehistory until current time, going through all the stages, the French Revolution, and many other topics that are very complex for those, so that the visitors can they need explanation for that. And sometimes it's very important in the museum to have these bases to later be able to give voice to all the participants, so that each one of them has their own subjective view, but each of those views is in a way offering to the whole world their personal point of view. So that, okay. Well, as I was saying before, it's very difficult to make this distinction. I don't think we were able to solve it, but we're always talking about it. But what Naomi says is also we have to talk to everyone and to talk about everyone, because when you talk to everyone, you can actually talk about everyone. So the universal accessibility makes sure that everybody is participating and forces museums to talk about universal issues. But when we talk about the museum like this one, the particular specific issues are the most important, because the experiences of all the American people is diverse. So this relation between specific and universal is very complex. I was saying about, for example, the indigenous concept of indigenous people, because it makes them homogeneous in a way, but we're actually talking about different tribes that are completely different. So we have to think, do we want that universality or not? Okay, now we have a question. There is a mic there. Okay, it's coming for you so that you can make a question. Good morning, Aaron. My name is Gustavo Benavides. I come from Ecuador, and I would like to make a question for all three of the presenters. How do you, from your experiences, started to create these relations of trust with people so that they don't feel scared or betrayed or threatened by the institution, which is often in these that Felipe mentioned? That's how we exercise our power so they don't feel threatened or intimidated by it. Thank you. Felipe? Are you going to start? Okay. So in my case, I can't talk from my personal point of view because it's a collective effort from years of working in this museum, where our teams have worked with the audience in different complex in situations as when we had dictatorship museum that talks about the return of democracy, etc. So these are historical processes, and now what we need to do is delve deeper into these elements. And one of the fundamental elements of this that Zara also mentioned, how do we diversify the teams? Because the museums are still very homogeneous teams, so the people who are excluded, they might feel threatened and they don't feel comfortable getting close to us and talking to us. So when we include these different people from all walks of life, and when we make them, then they're going to feel less threatened, as Zara was saying as well, because when we include them from all sides, they are going to feel more comfortable. Zara, what do you think?
To help with participants not feeling threatened by the institution of a museum, which is like a very general issue that everybody has, we found that in the project it was about making use of working in partnership with different organizations and institutions as well to really monopolize on their relationships with certain community groups. So for this project, we were working in partnership with our local library service and another local museum institution. But I feel like the library service, because obviously they had different kind of, what's the word, buildings across Manchester that aren't directly central to where the museum is held, that made it so we could facilitate workshops outside the museum spaces, because we feel like, you know, things about the museum, the building, the lack of representation internally when you're looking at staff, who walks you around the museum, it all feeds into this sense of I don't belong. So to bridge that, you really need to meet participants where they are and where they do feel comfortable, and really play on the fact that, you know, people that you are trying to target from the, your audiences may not live just round the corner from the museum. They will live hours and hours away. So I think it's really about just keeping outside of the museum walls for a second, and really just making the effort to always be outside and not making it a barrier to access for them to come into the museum. So for us, it would be, you know, creating more availability for our research center and archives, just so there was this idea amongst participants that only PhD researchers can visit an object's archive, and that's just simply not the case. But I think it's the way that we advertise opportunities as well for access. I think that all plays like a really big part, but yeah.
Okay. Noemi?
So that the participants in the different activities, or the visitors in the museum, or the participants, for example, don't feel intimidated and that can see that they trust in the museum. Maybe, first of all, we have all the drawings of children at the entrance of the museum, which is a message in the end of kindness, of listening to all the points of view, to creativity as well, and imagination of everybody. And also the different devices for accessibility allows each person, each visitor to feel that they're welcome to the museum and that we are open to their expectations, and also to mention the different ways of interchanging information when the participants are in the different workshops. So we can talk about citizens dialogue, which we started around about 2022 until 2024. And in these workshops, it was really important for all the participants, the fact that we are asking for them, we are asking them to help us. We were saying to them that we needed the help, that the museum is always in a position to educate people, but we can also say and also position ourselves that we also need help from our visitors that will help us to improve what we do. And I think that this way of interchanging with different people, with our audiences and visitors, is really important to be able to make people not feel intimidated. Thank you so much, Noemi. And there's no more time for more questions, so we would really like to thank Noemi, Felipe, and Sarah for being here. Actually, there's much more to reflect upon, especially on participation. But at the same time, this is a challenge to all the teams. How can we have sufficient awareness to be able to think in a complex, diverse, multicultural and open way? So just thank you very much to the presenters today. I'd just like to say, first of all, thank you to all the panelists, to Claudio, the moderator. I'm just going to give you a few words before leaving for the coffee. So just like to remind you that after the coffee break at 12, we're going to start the workshops. So all the people that registered for Sarah's Cotton Connection workshop, that workshop is going to be in the Salón Sur Andina. The other ones with Fernanda Venegas in the workshop, that's going to be held in the library room. And we're going to help you reach the different places for the workshops. And those that registered and those that are online with the workshop with Manuel Correa, you must have received a link already so that you connect there at 12 o'clock. And just another bit more information, at 13:30 we're going to have a visit to the different rooms in the museum with the education team of the museum, and then at 15 hours we're going to start again with the second part of the seminar, so that you have some time to go and have lunch. So we'll be meeting here again at 3 o'clock on the same channel. And tomorrow the seminar, remember, it's in the Heritage Center in Recoleta, so it's not here, it's in Recoleta Dominica, don't forget. Okay, thank you very much. You can go for your coffee break now.
Un, dos. ¿Por ahí? ¿Escuchas? Ya, sí. Uno, dos. Un, dos. Probando. Oh, así. Como dice la lucha. ¿Sí? Uno, dos. Un, dos. Tres. Un, dos. Ya. Ya. Ahí listo. Un, dos. Un, dos. Sí. Un, dos.
Sí, yo no sabía el cambio.
Todo el resto está en...
Sí, y una consulta. Natalie Tocadate tiene su biografía reciente.
Sí, tengo una curadora del museo escolar, así tengo una pequeña reserva.
Perfecto.
Sí.
Y ahora aquí estoy viendo si también te sirve lo que te los presento para que veas si
Sí, porque tendría que agregar algo de mandar.
Ya, te los presento.
Aló, ahí se escucha. ¿Ah? Sí, los representantes van a ir entrando, así que ya. Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
So, good afternoon again. I hope you had a good lunch and that this morning's seminars were good fun. Everything looked really fine, and I hope everyone enjoyed it. So, who have arrived just now, welcome. And we're going to start the second thematic axis of this meeting. Just a reminder that we're also on streaming and we have interpretation as well. Channel 1 in Spanish and Channel 2 in English. So people are watching us from all around Chile, and the panels that we're going to carry out today are very important because they're the result of an open call of different presentations. There was 20 proposals and we selected 8 that compose this next panel, where we have different perspectives on the problem of inclusion and the use of technologies in museums. And many of these presentations are from local experiences and also some from other Latin American countries, and these allow us to have a general vision of the problems and issues and the solutions that are arising in different museums in different regions in Latin America around this central mission, which is to educate in museums, which we think is fundamental for our growth. So the first panel, we've divided this thematic or this topic in 2 panels. So the first one is on significant experiences in technologies for new audiences. So please, if the presentations can come forward. So it's Paula Galvarinen, Head of Education and Learning in the museum, in workshops in the museums. And she's a teacher in secondary school with mention in technology. And then Paulina Pinto, who is from the Cultural Center of Chilean Police. And she worked for COP Cultur in education mediation in museums in Rome. In 2015, she was incorporated in the Museum of the Policeman. And this is the curator of a museum in Valparaíso. She is a music teacher and also has a degree in teaching, and she has a master in direction and management of museums, and also curatorial management. And also Juan Jimenez, who has a degree in history, and he's oriented to administration of cultural heritage, and he also works in the Museum of Santiago. And we also have Amanda Enriquez, who also works in the Santiago Museum. So this panel will be moderated by Elena Jara. Thank you very much. So we're very thankful for your presence here this afternoon, and I'm happy, really happy to moderate this panel, which is on inclusion and technology. Inclusion is a very strange word because sometimes instead of talking about inclusion, we talk about exclusion. So it's like a binary game that doesn't always allow us to go really into detail into what is inclusion. So when we're listening to the presentation, let's try and find all those elements that are intrinsic to inclusion, those elements that belong to inclusion, that are of that nature, so that when we are in our own institutions, we can understand if these elements aren't present in our institution, then we can't call our institution inclusive. We're also going to get to know some technologies that are important, not on their own, but in the measure that they can resolve something. So it's not just the fashion of having some kind of device, it's because it's really a support and an assistance in inclusive issues. So thank you for being here. And first of all, Paulina is going to be talking. Sorry, Paula. So, good afternoon. My name is Paula Garbarina. I'm head of the Education and Learning area of workshops in the museum. I'm going to talk to you about the design of experiences in mediation and education for early stages in life. Those that don't know much of our workshop, I'm just going to read. The purpose that we have is to put at the disposition to society a collection of tools and machinery that is connected to different traditional works in an open space which is inclusive and diverse. The museum looks to generate experiences that transform and promote enjoyment, the ingenious and the valuation of the cultural heritage, cultural and natural heritage, acknowledging that all the offices and all the practices are inherently connected to our well-being. And so our pillars, what do we want people to, when they leave our museum? We want them to not be afraid to make mistakes. We want them to use their capacity and their creativity. We want them to be proud of work well done, and we always want them to have respect for their heritage and their natural processes. Today we are in the Barrio Yungay, which is right in the middle of the commune of Santiago. And we have three areas or three different spaces. One of them is a collection of tools, of very antique tools. I'm just going to talk about children. It's not just a museum just for children, but it's what we're talking about today. So in carpentry, we like children to know all the processes that a carpenter has to carry out when they're working. And so that's why all the tools are arranged in such a way, exhibited in such a way, so that the children can understand that the first stage of carpentry is to measure, to mark, and then use all the tools to cut, and then follow all the steps until you assemble a project. And each one of our visitors finishes with a practical workshop in all the areas of carpentry, and also in the area of graphic printing, which is an area that is totally working today. We've received a lot of schools this year, and we're very proud of that. And also in the area of graphic printing, children can get to understand what the supports are, how do you print, and they actually make with their own hands recycled paper, and then they start to get to know different kinds of tools so that they can afterwards create a card, a postcard, and then print it and take it home. And sorry to be so repetitive, but our interest is that people or children understand what are the processes involved in what they produced. And I'm also really proud to say that right in the center of town, we've been able to plant a small woods, small forest. We're developing some activities here, teaching mostly the first children in the first infancy, because we know those are the most important years. And so that you can imagine better what a visit is like to this workshop museum, I'd just like to show you an experience that we had with the school in the area of carpentry. So here we can see, how all the furniture in the museum, we've tried to adapt it in the best way to receive diverse audiences, and how all the tools become alive. These collections aren't just what you can see, but it's also what you can touch. We like children to be able to touch them, experiment them, So this is a museum with your hands before you, not your hands behind you. And so the children compare what the tools are like, what they were like 100 years ago, what they're like today, and why they've been changed throughout the years, so that they can understand these different offices, these different kinds of jobs. And here, as I told you, they start doing things, and they're taking to reality what they learned in the exhibition rooms. So these are the devices that we've designed so that children, boys and girls, can use all these tools. So here they're following all the steps that they got to know during the first workshop. And our experiences always involve games. We always have a free space so that children can experiment with their friends and see what's happening. What happens if a wheel falls off, for example? What was the mistake made or difficulty I had when I was building my toy? Why does my little toy car go faster than yours, etc. So that's what we've been trying to develop in this area.
Oops. And then, if I'm going to tell you a little bit more, what I want to do today is I want to tell you how we work as a team. We are a very diverse team, and I was telling you there are anthropologists, designers, engineers, educators, and we have all developed a methodology that we call Permanent Lab. The workshop museum was born out of action because we work upside down. First we work, and then we see if we are going to reach our objectives and if it works. So we start from the action, we create an idea as a team, we make prototypes of these projects, and we make them so that as a team we can understand what are the processes involved in these experiences. And once we reach those processes, we understand those processes, we develop devices so that these processes can be made easier for our visitors who are there for 45 minutes that can actually build it. We make the prototypes, we have workshops, we have different activities with boys and girls or adults. In Barrio Yungay, we invite you to also become a part of it, and then we make a term evaluation and we ask people who participate, and then we redesign it. It's not something linear. It is coming and going. It's in constant movement, but it's always inherent that we're using technology, and not just technology that we are all talking about nowadays, which are digital tools, etc., but the technology that we have sometimes forgotten because it's so close to us that we keep forgetting it. We get so used to it, like a table, for example. So it's different effects that can have if I lower this table or this desk so that kids can work there. It's going to change their experience completely. And also in this museum science as well. Here we also have creativity that is involved. Pancho, who is the creator of this museum, he says he doesn't design the tools or anything, but the human creativity that is involved in those tools, and of course emotion. Our emotions and the emotions of our visitors, the excitement, not just that if they left happy or not, but what happened to that kid? Did they get frustrated? How did they solve their issues? Here we can see some more concrete tools and how do we adapt them to different audiences. For example, in the collection, we, for example, have a saw in the carpentry area, and we want kids to use those saws. And we're not going to give them a toy saw. We are going to look for missing parts in order to make for this kid to use a real saw but in a safe way, of course, which is necessary, so that they have the complete experience. And the same thing happens in the printing area, where they can see different moving parts, so they can make a text. So how can I make a kid understand how this works? Well, I take them and I explain I simplify these devices so that it becomes a toy and the kids can design and print. So this year we had a question that started, and we started doing like a mea culpa, and I wanted to put it as an example in the video with the car, because this year we said the car works perfectly for a 5-year-old and older. But what happens with kids who are 2, 3 years old, maybe 1-year-old? So because when we have schools that come to visit us and they make those cars, and they're very happy, but do they really do it autonomously? So the kids, would they leave? I made a toy on my own. Did they do it really on their own? But we help them a little bit more. We are going to provide a little bit more complex tools for them. And we started wondering if this is more complex. Is it enough to adopt something pre-existing for these groups, or should we improve our tools, or should our experiences be different? So this year we developed 3 different concrete experiences so that we can include the earliest childhood. So first of all, in the carpentry area, we wanted boys and girls to visit us who are really going to make a toy that they can take home. And they're going to make it all autonomously. Boys and girls choose, and these different pieces, and they are in a small forest, and they understand what they're doing. They're playing with their toys that they made, and it's very important for them, right? And they bring a toy, they take their toy with them, and they say, I made a toy all on my own from just loose pieces. I did it myself. And we're like, yes, you indeed did make it yourself. So the next activity that we designed for the graphic printing is that kids, it was very difficult for them to manipulate machines, printing machines, that are from the beginning of the century, because they're very heavy. They are prints that work and are very beautiful, but they were not really for them. So we created a print that themselves can use to use their body weight and print a simple drawing on themselves, so that they actually can do, in this case, like a little journal cover. And in this experience, which I wanted to show you, if you could go back a little bit, where we involve the forest, we tell them a story about different species that live in that, and then there are different characters that are hidden in a forest. So they're made of wood, and they have to go there and find them, and then they can go to printing area, and they can make little stamps, which is usually very much closer to them, and then they make the memorize game that they can take home, and that's how they learn what is the matrix, how can I make several copies of the same matrix, etc. And then these are the reviews of these kids, and it's my favorite day. We ask them when they're leaving, what would they like to tell us? And they write amazing things with terrible typos, but beautiful at the same time. This is from the kids who are 4 or 5 years old, and we are looking for a way to make this lab so that we can keep them, how we can get these reactions from the 2 or 3 year olds, and their happy faces are always, they tell us so much. and we can do these different workshops. This is Francisco, we call him Pancho, and he has taught us and he inspires us about this permanent lab, and he tells us, let's do it, and then we'll see from there how it can be done. And this is the experience that I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paula, and also because you also respected your time. So these are some amazing things regarding this work. So, for example, to teach boys and girls different kind of works, and because gender stereotypes start very early when they're 2 years old. So when we start showing them in the museum different things, so that they know that the world that boys and girls are building, that world is more equal. What's also interesting is that the museum creates its own work model. The importance of thinking about that institution, not to stay only like self-complacent, and also think about childhood, because what we don't know about childhood, we fill it in with the false belief. So when we think about childhood, we have to also think about different ways to treat it. And it's very interesting, these little studies of the audience with little typos and grammar mistakes. But here we have an idea that we have the primitive language and proto-argumentation that we use as adults to refer to the language of childhood. Okay, let's continue with Paulina this time. This time it's really Paulina. Can you hear me? Let's wait for my presentation. Okay, so good afternoon. Before we start with my presentation, I would like to talk about my place where I work. We are Historical Museum of the Police in Chile. We are in Providencia at the corner of the Antonio Vargas and Vasconia Street. We have a lot of different activities. We have different talks, theaters, plays, concerts, etc. So I would also like to thank for all the people from the seminary and the team of the Chilean Pre-Columbine Art Museum. And now I'm going to move. I would like to start my presentation, and I would also like to mention that this presentation is not just mine, but also Mauricio and Maximo, who are here sitting in the front row. It's a joint presentation, that is how we can include adult and elderly people in our museum. So our question is, who do we create this museum for? We also placed it from the point of view that very often museums are the area of the informal education, and usually we understand that the education is something for future. We create knowledge for future, and sometimes future looks very far away, because very often we also relate it with the school age audience. But as of 2015, we started noticing certain segment that we constantly get at our museum, and those are elderly people. In this graph that we are showing as a reference, you can see what has been our statistic public that show up as groups, as either through the neighborhood groups or elderly people clubs. And as of 2015 until 2024 for semester, we can see as an idea, so that we can notice that this audience is about 8 to 10% of the audience of our museum, visitors of our museum. And just to have an illustration here, we can see it's female visitors, elderly visitors are more common than male.
But how do these older adults arrive at the museum? But the main focus of connection that we have with these different groups are the offices of community integration. And these offices are in all the police units at a national level, and it's the methodology that they use. It's a model of integration between the police and the community, and it's the main bridge between the Chilean police force and citizens and people. And so this is the way that we connect with different communities that can then come to our museum. And just like any museum institution, we started in 2015 to elaborate an educational program, which we know has a lot of importance for school children. We did decide to include older adults through diverse activities. For example, the traditional visit, which is a guided tour, because for them it's a guided tour, which was from 2017 started to be complemented with exploration or mediation through different objects in the rooms that are part of the permanent collection. And we also saw that in these activities we started to promote workshops in the educational programs focused on the qualities, characteristics and needs and capacities of older adults, such as photography, for example. And we also did a pottery workshop. We also did a weaving workshop, and we did other workshops with older adults as well. From 2016, it started to be something that we did every year, and every year we'd commemorate somehow, be it with a small or a large event. And we also see other variety of these celebrations with photographies with older adults. This was done in 2017, and it was a cultural folk group that was in charge of the older adults, and that was really nice actually, because the audience were young children from kindergartens. And in these conversations with the older adults, there's a difference with younger children, which is very different. There's a lot more dialogue, there's a lot more time. For example, when it's school children, they usually come with less time, and we have more structured programs. Now, with the conversations and all this period that we started with our educational programs, there was a lot of questions that the team started to make. For example, what kind of older adults cannot come to the museum, don't have access, and how can we be protagonists for these older people? And the experience in the museum, is it individual, is it a group experience, or is it a community experience? And for us, this question is very important and determines what the experiences are that the experiences I'm going to present soon. And the relationship that we have with the older adults is a thing that we've realized is that they're very alone. And what do we do with that aloneness? So we thought, how can we help them with that? Is making community with them. So based on these different reflections, we elaborated 2 experiences or programs, which are the ones that I'm going to show you. One of these experiences is already consolidated, and it's called Remembering with the Police. And there's another activity or experience which is still in its development stage, it's still in its first stage. We've just done a pilot version of the activity, which is called Shared Episodes. And this is an experience that points to the experience lived that people can develop, that have people that have dementia and their carers as well. So here's just a very light definition of what this is, and it's a deterioration in the mental capacity that is sufficiently serious to intervene in daily actions. So it's a group of symptoms that affects mainly memory and the daily life of people. And even though there's no specific figures for this year, we know that the prevalence of dementia increases with age, and this is a fundamental issue in Chile because the population is getting older. So our first pilot experience, as I mentioned, with shared episodes, we did it with 3 groups of older people which belong to the Quintún Center, the community center to support older people. Quintún is a word in Mapuche which means looking beyond. So this is the spirit of this center. So this center is the first free center that's specialized in dementia in Chile, which gives free attention. It was founded in 2011 and depends on the health service. And it's actually functioning in another part of Santiago. So reviewing national and international experiences of the experiences lived or how older adults have access to cultural spaces. So we reviewed a lot of experiences and we defined 6 areas or spheres in which we could improve the visit of these people to the museum. So one of these is all these visits which are guided and mediated by someone else, and then we creating a program of therapeutic arts which involves the active participation of these people, organize or prepare sessions for remembering, which doesn't mean just going through the museum, but it means to sit down and talk with these people at a level of life experiences, and it's more on a dialogue level, and also to prepare sensitive spaces that are sensitive to inclusion, and then also training our own personnel, and this is a really important aspect. We also talked this over with all the monitors from Quintún, because there's a lot of stigma on dementia, because people think that they're going to go into the museum, they're going to act really strangely, they're going to go around screaming through the museum. So no, it's not like that, because really one of the main expressions of this is the loss of memory. And finally, the 6th aspect is the community collaboration, is creating networks to be able to facilitate that this meeting in the museum actually can occur. Well, how was this experience with the Quintún Center? So first of all, we established contact with the group, which was done through the coordinator of Quintún, who's here in the photograph. She's called Loreta, and we had the first contact with her, and then we had a technical visit at the museum where she had a look at all the spaces, and we made all the necessary preparations for their visit, because they have to have a meal before the visit and a meal after the visit. So we had to get the spaces for all this, and also the toilets, how accessible were they, the spaces as well, and everything else that means a group of people with dementia coming into the museum space. And then the second step was the actual execution of the visit and to prepare a space to be able to remember. So during the trajectory of all this visit, there was a lot of memories and experiences that were very poignant. And for example, the guide used his cell phone to put some music in some places in the museum. And this music immediately produced an effect, because some of them were maybe a little bit sleepy or very much concentrated into what they were looking at, but the music actually made them sort of come alive. So, and it's, been more than proved that music therapy is really important for people with dementia. And then the third stage was evaluation of the experience. So we made a questionnaire, small survey, where various aspects were reviewed. For example, it's which interaction or what aspect was important for all the visitors. And we're still in the first stage, and as I said, we still have a lot more work to do, because we realized that we should have applied the evaluation to the carers as well, that were accompanying all the elderly people with dementia, because they're 24 hours with these older people. So they're the ones also that can see if the person that they were looking after was enjoying the event. I don't know if I'm on time or not, that's why I'm hurrying up. Well, those are the shared episodes, and it's an experience that is still in process that we hope to improve and replicate in in the short term. The second experience that I'm going to talk about, which is on inclusion and understanding older adults with the museum, is Remembering with the Police, that was born in August in 2023, part of an alliance that was set with Acción Social Finis, which is with a private university, and we decided to commemorate together the Week of Solidarity. So we've been talking for quite a while with the team that we wanted to work with dementia and people with Alzheimer, and we realized that it was the moment to be able to elaborate an activity and take it to an establishment where people live there. And this activity was developed as a first experience in a locality near to Santiago, and the objective of this remembering was to enrich the experience of the communities of older adults that don't have the possibility of being able to participate in a visit, face-to-face or physical visit in the museum. So we've actually done 7 of these events, of these remembering events, where 209 people participated. And as main axis of remembering with the police, we found 3 axes that move this, is to recognize, remember, and activate. And there's another diagram there that shows the flow at a level of networking, because it's only possible because these collaborative networks work. This is the museum working with the offices of community integration to be able to get to these establishments where people spend a long time.
Also with the police, we have in the museum, we have this technical visit in which we go to these places and check out their, not only the physical space, but for us it's also important to see the presidents, their abilities, their limitations, and to make sure that we can overcome those obstacles and get the participation of these people as high as possible. Then we do the development of these activities, which I'm going to say. What do we do with, what is Remember with the policemen? It's 3 different areas: to see, to touch, and to listen. So we take a presentation, we're talking about analogous technology, we bring a PPT with PowerPoint presentation with images that are going to contextualize different historic photos from 1920s until current times, and in those images we can see Mauricio, our educator, who is explaining the national context related to the history of police, and then he shows them how they can experiment this through the haptic exploration, and then it's being reinforced with the factor that is going to do different rememories, that we are going to work with different objects. This is not something new, but they are going to interpret the songs by 2 members of our team. I'm going to do this really fast. So, to follow up, is the impact that we receive is for our team. It's not just that the whole team gets impacted and the groups. We can see 3 points that I'm going to show you 3 videos. I'm going to show you I'm going to play the audio. This is a lady from a retirement home in Union. And then we have this elderly gentleman who decided to come to sing with a member of our team. And the next video to see the effect that this lady had after listening to the music. If you could just put audio and video. It could be first the audio, please. Okay, I can't hear you very well, but I'm very excited that I could do this and I can comment with you about these
things and I could participate in these activities. That helps me to remember all these elements from my youth, and I would like to thank you for providing this and helping me to remember through these songs. And I'm very grateful, and I have a very emotional about this activity that helped me to live through these memories.
No.
Okay.
Ay.
Okay. Now.
Ya, bueno,
Okay,
ahora sí.
so now you
Bueno,
can
pero
see.
¿por qué hacemos esto?
So why do we
Aquí
do
nosotros
this?
pusimos algunos
Because here we
conceptos,
put some
ideas que son los
concepts
que
and
mueven estas
ideas
actividades,
that
estas
have
experiencias nuevas que hemos
started
creado para
this
este público
idea and the
específico que son
new
los adultos mayores, y es la
activities
inclusión
that
y
is for
sensibilidad,
these
reconocimiento y valoración,
elderly
participación
adults,
activa,
and
derecho a
that's
la identidad
inclusion,
cultural
sensibility,
y apoyo comunitario, que confluyen en un
cognition
objetivo
and
común, que es
valoration and
darle acceso a la
participation,
cultura a estas
active
personas.
participation,
En la
and
fotografía vemos también
providing
una
the
señora
access to the
de un hogar de
culture. We
Padre
can
Hurtado
see
que ella
here
estaba
the
postrada,
lady
no pudo
who
participar
is
activamente en la
bedridden,
actividad,
so
pero sí
she
nosotros
couldn't
fuimos a su
participate in these
habitación para
activities, but we
interactuar con
went
ella con
to her
algunos objetos.
place so that we could actually
Bueno, aquí
interact
termino
with
con
her.
este mosaico de
So with
algunas imágenes de
this
los rememora que hemos
collage of
realizado
the
y
photos of the
obviamente la
activities
imagen
that
del
we have
equipo
created
del
and
Museo y Centro
of my
Cultural que hace
team
posible que
from
esto
our
ocurra,
cultural
que
center
algunos de
that
ellos están
makes
acá
it
también.
possible,
Eso,
and some
muchas
of them are
gracias.
here. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Paulina.
Thank you very much, Paulina.
Y también como que sintetiza alguna cosa que me
I would
parece
like to
interesante,
sum up
como
some of the
partiendo de una
ideas.
pregunta para que
First of all,
veamos
starting with the question, so why, who are we here for? It's always important to make that question constantly, not just look at the old age in a romantic way, because being alone, and this also affects the elderly age, and it makes people to get more propense to the dementia, etc. So we are here to actually to provide the service of the wellness, well-being, and we're also trying to help them with the music, because I find that it's amazing, because the music starts when we start learning first words and continues on forever. And with elderly people, very often often we get together sometimes to just find out what they lived so that we can keep their memories, so that we don't lose them when they die. But we want to see these memories that are being created and that we can see them because they are still learning new things. So thank you very much. That's amazing. So now we're going to continue with the next. Okay, congratulations to both of you. This was amazing what you presented. I was really impressed, and it's with disconcerted with what I wanted to present. My name is Natalie Rekavaren, and I am a curator, and I'm in charge of creation of the museum that is a very specific, special museum in Valparaiso, and we want to show you how we can project the school cabinets that happen in different parts of the world that started in the 19th century and the beginning of 20th, and how they can be reused as study and science tools. In order to provide some context, we are at the main entrance of Valparaiso at the Avenida Argentina, and here we can see the photos of the San Rafael School, which is a very emblematic school in Valparaiso. It was founded in 1870s. This school also has a cabinet that is considered a school museum. So why is there a museum inside the school? And this is something that you might be asking yourself. This is mostly because, well, at the beginning, at the end of the 19th century, beginning of 20th century, there was a pedagogic tendency that started in Europe principally, and it was that schools and in certain countries, they would have the science cabinets to make it more empirical, so that the kids could have more hands-on experience. We have to think that the Ministry of the Public Instruction, which was at that time Ministry of Culture, and it was based in the documents of Barros Arana. It's not the same curriculum that we use for our kids nowadays. In those that curriculum, there was zoology, cosmology, etc. And that was a great push for the Chilean government of that time to provide main schools in the country with different cabinets of the natural science cabinets. You might remember that when you were in schools, when you were younger, there would have been a condor, or there might be taxidermy, the birds, animals, and that happened here in this school as well. So what happened was that in the public schools, it was the Chilean government that invested a lot of money into the science cabinets, and in private schools, like such as, for example, in San Rafael School, it was the private donations. So as I was saying, these are some of the testimonies of people who lived the 19th century, and they looked very much like curiosity cabinets, which were previous to museums. So here we have some of the references and photographs of this museum of the Seminario San Rafael, which I'm going to tell you about. This museum, as you can see here, was founded by a professor who is Edwin Reed, who was teaching science and was an English teacher. And he also created the Museum of Natural History of Valparaiso, and he already had an initial connection with the National History Museum here in Santiago. And another founder is Arturo Edward, the son of Juan Arroz, and he was the ex-alumni and later worked as a teacher there. So two of them, what we can imagine, they were during the teacher's room, they got together. One of them had the expertise about the museums and collections, collections. And Arturo Edward had the money to be able to buy these collections, which was brought directly from Paris, from the taxidermy liberal shop, and it's a company that still exists. The collections arrived to school San Rafael in 1881, and in 1886 they created a building to be able to store all these collections. So what happened? The school curriculum changed, and all these cabinets, science cabinets, became obsolete. In lots of schools here, for example, in different famous schools in La Serena, in Valparaiso, there are different rests or leftovers of these cabinets, and they were mostly donated to the natural history museums of their cities, and in some cases they were stored in storages, and we not even nowadays know how many of them are still kept there, because those rooms were used as classrooms, and they became just loss of space. Now, all this that has been created after 143 years, we decided to bring back the value. But when we come back to these places and try to bring them back to life, something that happens similar to the Museum Seminario, as there was a building that housed these collections. So the building just was closed, and sometimes it would be open when they had to. It was like a joke of the school, and they would show it to the new parents, etc. But it completely lost its genesis, which was to teach and provide constant relation with students. So what we did as the value team, we first of all decided to evaluate what we had. We didn't just have the science cabinet, but we also had 143 years of history. And so I was mentioning that the school was founded in 1860. At that time, in 1879, we had the Pacific Wars, which at least 7 of the students from that establishment participated in the war, and they left part of their belongings to help enrich the history. And also there was a war of the different Balmaceda fraction, and the school was at that time used as a blood hospital, and it was taken by the Balmaceda army, and they took away all the students and teachers, and they used the patios of the establishment to use them as the hospital, field hospital. So all those things that were happening, they were all left in those cabinets that are up till nowadays. We didn't have a very good information research until nowadays. Another thing that was very important is that we created as an objective when we brought it back to life, which was almost like time capsule. Our targeted audience was not going to be only the students from the school, but also it became the heritage of all Chile, and we had to open it for the community. So our intended audience started as school students, especially schools that are nearby our school, but also we opened it for the specialists, for the universities, because we have several universities that have collaborated actively to create and find information, because unfortunately when we got to this space we didn't have any registries, we didn't have any inventory books. So we started started creating that from the scratch. So the work that has been done has been impressively well done. But once we have decided to do this, we also realized that we needed to make those areas bigger for the curatorship. So it's not just going to be science, but we also enlarge them to make it into a park. It's also part of the school. It has about 6 acres, and we decided to transform it into biopark. The idea is within that park to make the interpretive paths so that students can have an experience, immersive experience in that space. So the kids, when they come to visit us, they can even do the comparative analysis from the bird loica or the woodpecker, and they can make a visual comparison using the images and compare it to the one from 1881 that they have in the museum. So we have created a live lab.
So this new space, we incorporated it into the museum walk around, and to date it's given us really good results. And we also have 3 main objectives. First of all, to get to know, to compare, and then to communicate. And when we get to know the object, we're supporting us or getting assistance from different specialists through their publications, their publishings and their papers. We have an interdisciplinary team where each one is specialized in one area, and then we contact them when we need them. Okay, there's not much time. So here I just want to show you how do we meet our objectives. So one of the first things was to connect the museum to the classroom. So first of all, we have to see where our collections were from, and then it was also bridging with the university, which already had a heritage group, and so they helped us with all this heritage issue. And what we managed was to implement in all the teaching things that were related to the museum, and also music. We do auditive discrimination with the singing of birds, and also science. That the idea is that all this space can be used. And another thing that began this year, we started heritage brigades, which is made up of 21 students from which we made a curriculum with them, elaborated the curriculum with them, which was totally alternative. So it was, apart from studying all the subjects that they studied in their school, we also taught them the curriculum from the museum, because we wanted to transform them into mediators. So it's children and teenagers teaching other children and other adults. So this is a heritage brigade, and it was working in the Heritage Day and also in the museum night that we have, where people can visit museums at night and they're open to all the public. And here they're talking about taxidermia, about different taxonomic classification. They're specialized in history, in science cabinets, and so on. So here we have some photographs of the Heritage Brigade in action. And another thing that's really important that arose from this, it's not just the direct connection with all the different collection, is how each one of the collections is relating, is giving a narrative. And why? Mainly because we could see with critical eyes what men from the 19th century versus our century, what were the different practices that we made, for example. And also we could see animals that were extinct or animals that are in process of extinction. And at the same time, we can also see how these animals that are being exhibited have bullet wounds. So what we're talking about is museums that were made well before the different laws, like Hunter's laws. Yet, this is how nature was being deteriorated and spaces of living together with the animals has been deteriorating. So this is something that we're seeing as something that is an aberration as well. But it's something that's really important to see in practice. What are the things that you don't have to do? How do you look after your environment? How do you look after nature? And how do you reinforce that we are the guardians of our heritage? And if we don't look after it, nobody will look after it. So, just to close this session, I'd just like to say that we are in the same process as these brigades. This time they were centered on the children in Valparaíso, and from last Saturday these heritage brigades are working in Valparaíso, where we are preparing these children and teenagers so that they can be the mediators on the Day of Children's Heritage. So I'm going to finish with this question is, why don't we gain back our capacity to be surprised and to surprise others? So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Natalie. So that's really interesting, the exercise of contemplation of this little girl that was embracing the tree. And also how the school and the museum in its alliance through the heritage brigades, it's wonderful that children are learning from other children. I think Pablo Freire would be so happy. And finally, Juan and Amanda. So it's your turn now, and thank you very much. Okay, so if we can have... So my name is Juan Jimenez, and I'm in charge of extension of the Casa Colorada. This is a museum for the city. And I'm going to be really brief because essentially through our YouTube channel, I think you're people that are interested in the world of museums. I'm just going to do a really brief description of what the museum does from when it was opened recently in the 3rd of September this year. So there's been nearly 12,000 visitors in a very short space of time, and 2,000 of them were just in the night of the museum. And now the Casa Colorada, or the Colored House, is how do technologies allow museum spaces to be more inclusive. So, in relation to the Museum of Santiago, the museum is born in 1981 as a heritage building. It was a very relevant house that was built in the 18th century, and also it is very important because it is an element that starts from the 18th century to date, and its development is also related to all the different processes that the city has gone through. What are the objectives of the museum is that all its exhibition is pertinent to what is happening in Santiago and the history of the city of Santiago, that the museum should work on its way of narrative, so that it can contribute to the comprehension of the general urban phenomenon, and also that this museum should be for different expressions of art and heritage. The museum was closed for a long time, for 14 years, from 2010. And this process was a little bit forced because we needed to restore the infrastructure and really to restructure the team. So now it has various teams that are very well determined, that have very particular tasks like mediation, extension. A new team was incorporated, which is the area of conservation of collections and also an area of documentation and archives. And this is a very small small teams, but each one is very expert in what they do. And also there's another new area which is relationship with the community. And in relation to the restoration process, very briefly, I'd just like to say that the museum was closed from 2010 until the 3rd of September this year. And something that the visitors ask us a lot and which is necessary to transmit. This building is divided into two very different areas with respect to its infrastructure. There's an area that's original to the 18th century, and another part, according to the criteria in the 80s, there's another pavilion or area of the building which was constructed or reconstructed imitating the original physiognomy. So those are very, very different areas, and because of their different nature, they have required different interventions during the restoration process. Well, between the intervention criteria, very briefly, something that hadn't been used in the previous intervention, the idea was that there should be a technical rigorosity, scientific rigorosity, and how the structure was composed, because before we weren't sure how the infrastructure was worked on, so this last intervention had to correct all the things that hadn't been done before, and it had to be as methodological as possible. And also the intervention had to resolve all the damages that the infrastructure had due to the 2010 earthquake, prepare all the conditions for the installment of the new museography. Okay, and I don't have time to, but there was lots of things that we had to demyth, and we were able to debunk many myths about the museum. And now, this was very important to have a construction of a theoretical framework. So before we started with any museography company, we had to start with very determined lines of action from the institution. This was going to be a slower process, a more boring process, but it had to be a really detailed process so that we could be as fluid as possible within the concept that the museum defined was to understand the city as a collective construction, which is a correction with respect to which the previous narrative was being constructed, because it was a very biased narrative from just one social class. So this had to be corrected, and we had to insist on this, that the city is a collective construction. Other fundamental questions that we were thinking was who should feel represented in museography, and we think that the story is from the whole of the city. And here we started to enumerate definitions much more precise to give to those that were going to develop the museography. And it was the company that developed this was called Manual Museografía. So the idea was that there should be a dialogue between the analogous and the digital forms, because technology had to be integrated in the measure that it was pertinent, so that it wasn't just the idea of having new things or new technology, but it should be pertinent to be able to communicate to the general audience and also to specific audiences, to expert audiences, foreign audiences, adult and children's audiences. And also another objective was that it had to have inclusion, and that meant that the inclusion had to be oriented and be prioritized especially for blind people. And all these definitions coincided in the fact of how the content was going to be constructed, how the museography was going to be constructed. And what was also very important for us, which was the visit that we made to other museums, was to understand history not just as a rigorous research, which it is, of course, but it is also a narration. And when we narrate, it has to be enjoyable. It can't be something that's really dry and rigorous and exact. It has to be constructed in such a way that it actually gets to the audience. And the other significant point, it should include and not exclude, because we're talking about the class bias that we have, but also we are talking about the visitors, the audience that we wanted coming to the museum. And also, it shouldn't just have one main story. It should have different stories that should come in through different ways. For example, in the case of the story of the city,
and also the story about the natural phenomena and how they affect the development of the city. Also, the originary tribes, indigenous tribes that affect this space and are present. And of course, that we have to change or debunk different perspectives that we can. So, for example, like the case of Catarina del Rio, which was a case that we debunked, but I'm not going to explain it now because we don't have enough time for that. So, first of all, inclusion in the museographic design. And here we are going to start the presentation. At the beginning, we're just starting from the inside of the room, but we decided that it would be interesting to transmit this in different spaces. We can consider that something that is just given, but for us it was a big discussion because of different areas that had to participate in the reconstruction of this museum, because we would think that in 21st century we should have these ramps, but lots of people who participate in this museum, and they don't understand that we should have universal access so that people can access all the rooms of the museum. For some of them, it was a very difficult battle we had to win. So because just the access to the rooms of the museum, they have to have also this accessibility, and they should also be important the autonomy criteria, because people who have different abilities can be able to get into these spaces autonomously, so they don't need the help from anyone, which allows us to reach that objective. Now, talking about the museology and just the rooms as they are, the principle was not to consider the inclusion something additional, something optional. This was something, and this is on what an element that is available for the patient, for the visitors, especially those who are visually impaired, can actually touch it and get involved with it. And the measurement team is there to help to encourage all the visitors so they can interact with this element in that way. So here, for example, you can see more details of these elements. And lots of visitors, when they show up and they see projection, they think it's a part of the projection. We tell them, no, it's actually a model, and these reliefs are something that you can actually interact with. Another element that we have is the incorporation in the museum that was not part of the previous museum. There are different models that are available for the visitors, especially children and people with visually impaired. People can actually interact with them, touching them. And later, Amanda, with part of the questions, is going to help me. This motivates our visitors to come and touch it, because we still have this culture that if you get close to any exhibit, you might get told off. So this is the idea, to get our visitors to be incentivized to interact with these elements. Another element that we considered is, for example, in room 5, and now this is the room that is in the 19th century. This is a presentation of how the city was working in the 19th century, and we built these models and planes so that, again, audience can touch them, manipulate them, and through that through the tactile sensation can see how it got developed in the 19th century. Now, another element that we have is that we had with the company called Lazarillo, which means the guide dog, and this was we helped them to design the museum, and they invited us to incorporate in a part of the museum to be integrated in this app. What it does is through the app that the user has to have. It's free of charge to download on your phone. When they get in the areas that are related to the app shows them a message, and it tells them you are close, you're getting close to the area that is part of this app, and they get these beacon devices, and they light up the area, and they help them plan their road, their trip around it. So these spaces have to be available. Museums have to be prepared to design their buildings so that these apps can work. We have to design the space, integrate the devices that are going to be used, which are these beacons, and they have to be available around the whole area so they can guide the visitors. So for us, in order to integrate it into our areas, we had to redesign the circuits so that they can be important for the people with the visual impairment, and to adapt them to the material that is going to be important and pertinent to the people who are visually impaired, and also consider how we are going to intervene our infrastructure so that it can interact with technology. Because, for example, here you can see the device that allows to light up the room and helps guide the visitors. The device needs to be placed in such a way that it's interacting with the lights, with the sound devices, has to be in the area where you could indeed orient visually impaired people and tell them through the audio messages where the area, where the objects are, and they can contemplate them, and so they can look at this construction that are pillars that were found in the Mapocho River, and so that they can actually interact with them. There is also an aqueduct from the 18th century, so they have to tell them how many meters they have to walk towards another way that they could actually access them, even though they could drive all the way to them. So we have to plan it ahead of time to get optimal results in the development and design of these technologies, so that the visitors who are visually impaired or have difficulties with the movement can be actually enjoying these museums. Okay, that's amazing. We are please, a round of applause. We are running out of time. And some time ago, we like visually impaired people used to tell us we are so bored of going to the museums and just like not being able to do anything, because some of them were in the also Braille alphabet, but they couldn't use it correctly. So there is a question, Maria Paz.
Gracias.
Okay, thank you.
No, yo solo pienso como que
I just wanted to say that is general for everyone, and that is this inclusion experience from the public and audience, from the people, elderly adults, and also part of the city, making it as like a wide experience. And how do you perceive it as the museum workers? What do you think is going to add to the museum what you so you can include a new audience. So they can tell you why are we going to focus on this audience that is so difficult. So it's but it's important. We should mention it. Why do the museums want to attract this kind of audience that are not really that obvious? They have some difficulties to appreciate. So why do they want to do? And they are historically excluded. So. Well, it happened to us in practice when we started focusing on very early childhood, because our audience, our visitors would come to our museum workshop. They would come with a kid who is 6 years old, but they would have a brother or sister who was 2 or 3 years old, and they would end up sitting in the patio with their mom, usually just playing with the wood blocks. And we were like, why would we keep this kid outside, and this mom or the carer of this small person, why do they have to be excluded from this experience? Why can't they live the same experience that the older brother or sister was doing? So we realize we are excluding a very big group of kids, and educators, teachers will say, we're taking kids to the museum, but please make it available for the kids who are younger than 5 years old. And for many years we would receive them and we were receiving these opinions. So finally we said, okay, we have to include. We got like a light bulb moment and said, we need to do this. We have to include all these kids. But with early ages, it really happened that we needed to create new activities for them and to include them. It doesn't sound that crazy, my question. When I arrived in 2015, I realized there are many questions, but if elderly are coming here, they already learn everything. What can we teach them? We are like educational area. They don't need that because they are at the end. I know it sounds very ugly, but they are at the end of their learning cycle. So I think the questions for us were because, first of all, we were thinking elderly are not just the age, the reduced mobility, or these different illnesses, but also dementia. And we decided to create these kind of activities so that it's going to get together. These are some. This is a very specialized area, because we have dementia among people who are in the hospice care, etc. So we have to make sure that what happens when we get an elderly person and they don't have the access to the culture and so our objective was that we want to get it evolving, and we think it's going to continue evolving, and even when the decades go by, we can just get new songs, because Chayanne is a Latin American singer. It would be like One Direction is going to be a song, music for the elderly. So we have to consider that older adults, because we have even like people who are 45 years old, they are already starting with early dementia. So we have to make it available for them to access our heritage without having any problems with that. Okay, in our case, it starts because we wanted to get kids because they are like these little sponges that receive all the information, and we also want to transform them into people who are going to bring different meaning to information or situation experience. What also happened with these heritage brigades, which was very beautiful. I'm a teacher. I am a music teacher at school, and what happens that in the school areas, lots of kids are marginalized. Those are the ones who are nerds, who nobody wants to play with them. They don't have a place because they're very we call ourselves a nerd brigade because it was them who realized that we are making a museum, and they started getting together, and they were realized that there were kids who started getting closer to us because they had this need to find a place and the thirst for learning. So that's why we started getting them to work with that, and we started making these first essays and works for the Heritage Day, and realized that we also had lots of kids who were within the spectrum, and they had problems interacting socially, and as a mediator, that's brutal for us. So when they would get together to a kid, and they would, those that we already know them better, there are certain behaviors that those kids have that are self-regulatory. They start moving, or they start doing certain repetitive movement, and if you don't understand that from the point of view, it's not that they're nervous, they're self-regulating. So then you realize that the experience for those kids of being able to explain something that they know perfectly well, and you can show them a script and they learn by memory, that for them was a great moment. And that's when what does it mean for you to be a member of the Heritage Brigade? And we said, in the past we were just humans, and now we are somebody. We belong to something. We have our place, and to us, that's amazing, and that makes us make it grow.
Thank you, Amanda. Well, for us, in our case, that with the Santiago Museum, the Museum of the City, it was just terribly relevant for us that all the people that live in this city could see themselves reflected in what the museum talks about, and also in the different strategies that we use, from mediation, starting with mediation, so that all people can feel welcomed. And so also was the fact that the way in which we mediate for blind people, with the fact that the whole museography can invite them to feel included. It's not common for museography to be sensitive to all different cases. And also in the case of the mediation narrative, when we used inclusive language, which incorporates all the spectrum of gender identities, and also from the infancies to elderly people, and also to talk about boys and girls, is something that is important as well. And also the fact that we have furniture for children or for infants as well, which allows them to rest in each of the rooms, and also to be able to physically reach elements of the museography that are too high up, for example, so they can access in all the different possible ways the museography. And also the fact that we are integrating the memory factor of the city. So we like to close the mediations or finish the mediation with asking people to talk about the most memorable time traveling through the city, and this is when people can share their memories, or maybe not so happy memories. There can be sad memories, but something that happened to them at some point in the city. So this is exploring the emotional weaving of the city, and allows us all to inhabit the city as well. Well, I like that when you say about knitting and weaving, because this whole panel is talking about this, is understanding museography and understanding inclusive technology is a way of making social cohesion. And what I think is really important today, I think it's not just making visible all these people that have been excluded up to now, but it's also making them visible with dignity. Thank you very much.
No.
So thank you very much to all of you, everyone that integrated this panel. And I know there's lots of questions. And this has probably generated a lot of questions. So we invite you to a coffee break so you can talk about everything that's pending. And we'll see you back at 5 o'clock.
¿Aló? Sí. Bueno, continuamos con la segunda parte de esta mesa, de este panel.
Okay, so we're starting with the next panel, the next round table. It's going to be the last one of the day. And this corresponds mainly to digital technologies in museums, exhibitions, and inclusive education. So from the beginning, we started with a reflection between the digital and analogy in museums. And here we've got all the speakers sat down already. And the panelists today is Valentina Figueroa Centena, who's in charge of institutional development in the Museum of Limarí, and she's also a history teacher, graduated in the Catholic University, dedicated to mediation and heritage in. And then Valeria Cintia Diaz, she's cultural manager in Argentina, and she's going to be talking to us online. And she also works in the University of Buenos Aires. She's dedicated to the study of indigenous craftswork, and also works in the institute, in the research institute. Magdalena Tifel Ansaldo, so she has a degree in arts from the Pontific University, Catholic University of Valparaiso. From 2020, she's been dedicated to the management of the Cultural House, Janulake, in charge of audiences and content, and also of the artistic mediations carried out there. And Gustavo Benadiez Jimenez, the Interactive Museum of Sciences in Ecuador. He's an electric engineer with a postgraduate degree in education, in STEM education, and he's collaborated in many scientific projects for the Astronomic Observatory in Quito. And we're also going to have Maria Paz Undurraga, who's head of the Deputy Subsecretary of Heritage.
Hola.
Hello.
Me habían dicho que este era mi micrófono.
I've been told this was my microphone, and hello to everybody, and welcome to all of you. And on this table, as in the last panel, I'd just like to put a lot of emphasis on the audiences. And we have experiences that are more related to exhibitions and certain devices that help us to connect to them, to connect with also with certain types of audiences as well. But on this panel, it's more directed to get to know different cases of types of exhibitions with certain sensorial devices. So we're going to start off with Valentina. So good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for staying on until the last round table. And so my name is Valentina Figueroa. I come from the Museum of Limarí in the 4th region, in the northern region of Santiago. What I'm going to talk to you about today is called Reliving Ancestral Sounds in 3D impression as an ally for the heritage education with a territorial focus. And so this museum, I'm going to talk about the museum, which is it's all going to be around the audience that we work in the museum and how do we define our work in different stages. So first of all, we like to connect from the territory and also to connect through the experience. So just to give you some context, the Museum of Limarí, the exhibition that we have right now at this moment is from the archaeological excavation that were made and of the Diaguita tribe and also different indigenous people that have lived in Limarí. So these are just from Limarí, which is a difference to another museum that actually have indigenous objects from all of Chile, but this is just from this territory, so it's very pertinent for the rest of the region as well, and mainly to work with the audience that live in Limarí. So we are part of the National Service of Heritage, and we're talking with the cultures, indigenous cultures, los Molles, the Aguitas, and others from the 3rd century to the 16th century. So our main audience are school children. And we are in the first stages in our project, which is focused on school children. And it's not just exclusive to them, but this is where we are at the moment. And why am I talking about the province of Limarí? It has 5 communes: Monte Patria, Punitaqui, Ovalle, Combarbalá. And the 4th region is one of the regions that has most distance between its different populated centers. I don't know if any of you have, for example, if you go to Combarbalá, if you go up in a car, it's about 1 hour 40, and if you go up by bus, it's like 3 hours. So it's very complex to get to the different villages or towns in this province. They're usually very high up in the Andes Mountains, and if you use public transport, it's going to take you around 2 hours. So there's a very difficult connectivity between different territories. So it's difficult for us to get there, and it's difficult for them to reach us. And the third important thing, which is connected to the same, is the identity and the sounds of the territory. We're talking about musical instruments, so I invite you to maintain in your heads, to be very attentive to, we're not talking about objects, we're talking about sounds, not about the instrument in itself. There's another very important element in Limarí, which is related to the sounds, are the flutes. These are wind instruments which are connected to religious ceremonies. This was in the pre-Columbian area, and then in the colonial area is another type of sound as well. And then today there's also another, the devotion of the Virgin of Andacollo, and there we have the dances that are called los bailes chinos, and these still remain, but they don't have the same kind of flute, but they have the same kind of noise. So that's why the elemental part of this is noise.
So when we're talking about our ancestral sounds that we're trying to reinvent, so the first of all, that we started the investigation regarding the context under the looking glass, and it's talking about the division of the investigation, and it chooses every year different topics that they suggest to investigate these collections. So in 2023, it was the collection of the wind instrument, and those are the flute. And if you look at the image, so here on the left-hand side, we can see the face made of stone, and then 2 flutes that have the elbow shape. And so this is what we wanted to investigate first. So because we wanted to investigate first the collection, and we did the magnetic resonance so that we can find out what's the internal structure. And this had already been seen previously, and it already been touched and worked with the investigators, but they haven't paid attention to the internal structure and sound that this instrument would would have made. And these files that have already existed from the educational part, we wanted to provide a context, something that is going to help us to bring this collection, because our collection, our museum is very static. It doesn't change that much. And the museum is from 1996, so it's coming from the period when we believed that the objects and collection would explain themselves. They were self-explanatory. So what happens is usually that people get inside, they just look at it, and then they leave. So with this, our idea was to create the objects that are going to be didactic and are going to make it possible to have these images and get closer to these objects and to that are sitting there in the windows of the museum. So we decided to do this, and then we got the 3D impression of these replicas. So I want to say we work with an institution, a company, local company that is dedicated to the 3D impression, and they're not just doing a 3D impression, but they also have a location and vocation, because they provide not only the 3D printing services, but they also their objective were very similar to ours, because we had common interests, which is much better than working with a third-party company that only wants to provide service and earn money. So these final resources and what we achieved is much richer in meaning. So here in a lower photo, you can see when we're doing a magnetic resonance to these different objects. Here, before you can listen to this sound, I want you to keep in mind the sound. This is the investigator. When we get the objects, we are playing them. But this is in the hands of the experts. So what we're going to see now here are the experts playing these instruments. Okay, it was a very short video, but the idea here is that they are manipulating these instruments, and they are they are all invited investigators who are going to develop these dances with these instruments. And even though they don't have the same form, they're from China, but even though they don't have the same form, they are using similar techniques. So what do I do when I'm trying this educational activity? After talking about why and what for, and so I like to tell them what is the objective. So why or what for are we creating this? And this is a part of this artistic education. So first of all, we have to think about significant experiences, meaningful experiences. If it's in just hidden behind the glass, what are we going to do? So our investigation is based on paper. Then we have to move from not touching to please do touch it, play with it. So we're changing these paradigms of the museum, and that's also very related to these technologies. Then we have new technologies, and because now we have new elements that we can use to make replicas. We can't use just any type of material or anything. We've always worked in the museums with ceramic replicas, but it's something that that we can't make internal replica of the form. We can just make it on the outside. So this makes it much more interesting because it's then we have democratization and territory, because we have to create bonds with the territory and with the communities in the schools, so that we can have avoid these barriers and not letting people to get in. So we have to take these instruments not just like not like an excuse, but more like catalyst of these cultural processes. And it's not like I'm bringing you the culture. No, because I don't like to look at that like that way, because it's like telling people you don't have culture, you are not, because everybody has some kind of culture, everybody has, so all these elements are going to make people to use them, to apply them. And finally is the appropriation and the feeling of the identity. So we have to create sensibility and the appropriation of their cultural heritage and from playing. So for me it's important to see this image, because it's like a spoiler alert of this is ocarina original made of stone. Then in the middle is a 3D ocarina, and at the end it's in the hands of kids, because they have their personalization. They can already play with that and make it theirs. So here we have the 3D technology, and my colleagues Natalia Sanchez and Marcelo Arenas, they are this local company that is helping us to create this joint project of the printing as educational resource. So this is technology innovation. So what do? We do scanning, then digital design, and then printing. Why 3D printing? Because it allows, as I said, the faithful and high fidelity replicas of what we are looking for. So if I have ceramic replica, it's going to fall down and break. I don't have thousands of them, and we always, if I'm working with kids, I always have to be careful. They're going to break it. But if we have a 3D impression, they can drop it 450 times and it's not going to break. So it allows them to play with that. And in our museum, we want to make it sustainable and have materials that we're using. And so for why and for whom, it's also to create interactive experiences from and toward the territory, from the local identity and from the collection and from the other parts as well, because we are working from one territory to the other. This one is short one, but I think it's very interesting to see the process. I think everybody loves to see these processes, so I'm going to show you this short video. They're making an ocarina, the one that you could see on previous photos. So it's made of ceramics, but here. But you can see underneath is a support or base holding it in place. So how long did it take to get printed? 3 hours. We do it in like really high speed. So here I'm going to quickly show you 2 moments that we have developed these experiences directly with the visitors. In this pilot stage, we are in a lab and still trying what is working, what's not. So you have to follow us for more information next year, and we'll tell you how it went. So the first moment was we have boys and girls that were in ancestral areas. They were 7 to 15 years old near the area of Rio Hurtado, where there is a monument that has a petrified forest that is 80 million years old, and so it has a high potential to and high importance, this territory. So This was done by Professor Arturo Barrera. Then, development of the activity. First of all, they have to explore the material because it's boys and girls. So what we need to do is we took these instruments, we explain what 3D printer is, we explain how it looks. We took a 3D printer there, we talked to them about the music, and we told them that they are going to manipulate it and use it, and they are going to be working with it. And we have some testimonies. I learned that here there were people who lived before I was there. Martin, 7 years old. The exploration of the instrument is important because it doesn't only tell me you should play like this, but it's actually telling me how to do it as I want to. So this is a lab that was our first lab, and this is the last video. And this is for the sound, so that you can see, compare it to the first video. So here what we did like a theatrical arrangement, but it's also a polyphony that kids can take instruments and make their own musical performance. There is nothing that is going to tell me you have to do it like that. And the second part, and with this I'm going to finish, is a didactic box, which is something that was just a sheer luck. When we started, we had no idea what we could do. So we didn't have any means to do it, and we could do it because there was a Festival of the Nation, and we got this great idea because it's heritage and science, and there is also the print, and we can do all these parts. So we created a box that you can use to take those different instruments to different places. It has also didactic guidelines, suggestions, and scientific material that can be replicable. So it's not just the instruments, but also the programs. So if you have a 3D printer, you can print them yourself. And so schools can buy them, and then sound exploration. So, for example, here is Antara. So you can sound and hear to it, and also diversity of the resources, because it allows us to have replicas of all family of the instruments, and it allows to create replicas of other elements. And so that was actually, so the first slide, you remember there was a head. So this is the real life size, so it allows us to take the museum experiences beyond the walls of the museum. And this is the pilot version of the box, and here you can see some elements that we are going to see. There are some guides and manuals how to use. There are also paints so that kids can personalize their instruments, and there is also there at the area where there are all the collections and all the information about the museum, the instruments, and underneath there is a little box in which there is a snake, and we also teach them how they can keep their put away their instruments. So where are we going? So first of all, we want to improve the final version of the educational kits. We want to change the way in which children are relating to the art, and also we want to go to all the different fairs, school fairs, and different moments of dissemination. And we can take these boxes, because for now we only have 20, so we have to be very, we have to have a high exclusion rate. And then from then to the by the end of the year, we hope that on our page you can find information, and you can find out if there are any kits that you can have new variants. You also can have different labs in the field, so that the children can have more experiences. and also inclusivity, because inclusion, sorry. So we have different haptic plans, so they are going to include the culture and all the inclusion, so that it's going to be from different points of view. Okay, and here is my email address and Natalia's email address if you want to contact them, and they're going to be there with all the different musical instruments. You can try them.
Muchas gracias, Valentina.
Okay, thank you very much, Valentina. And now we're going to hear Valeria, who is going to be online at this moment. So here she is. This is with Valeria. Hello.
Para que nos cuentes, nos venga a contar sobre tu ponencia.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to share my screen with you so that you can see my presentation.
Sí, ahí se ve la
Oh, so can you see it then? That's great. So I'm just going to start. We want to share this project with you that we generated in a team in the University of Buenos Aires, and on this opportunity we want to share with you a project that we did in the Museum Ricardo Roja, and the title was the creation of a sound scenery from the local voices. This is an educational experience in the museum. So the project is called Ourindia, Sounds from the Territory. And we have a writer who's called Ricardo Rojas, who had an American approach considering the languages in our country as a bridge between different nations. So the proposal is to thinking this as a place, a space to represent the senses and the intercultural practices. What we see in this first image is the day that we are launching the project, and soon we will show one of the offices in the house where this sound installation was made, and you can see that there was different elements from the sounds and also the spaces that we had to build in this museum. And another important point to be able to present you this museum, Casa Ricardo Rojas, is part of the Argentinian museums and was declared a historic national museum. And the curatorial proposal of this museum also implies an architectural proposal, and the owner, an intellectual who was owner of this house, generated a cosmovision within the same architecture of the building, and we rescued this for this new exhibition with a text from Ourindia, and that book was very emblematic for that intellectual. And on this slide, I'd just like to emphasize that we want to recover the different voices that habitated in this house, remembering that Ricardo Rojas was an intellectual that had the intention of generating bridges between the European tradition and the indigenous tradition in Argentina. So it was an Ourindia to generate spaces for discussion on heritage, and also to generate a meeting space in his house, and above all that this space, especially his office in the actual proposal, it was a very simple proposal with his desk, his library, and around 3 cabinets, spaces where we could exhibit some fundamental elements of his life, some letters, some objects like his glasses, and there was a series of elements that constitute the story that we tell in this room. And another interesting point to share with you, also thinking that we have a new management today, and we've actually having cuts in the budget as well. today there's a museum that was closed, which was the National Museum. And I have to talk about this because these spaces are really important for all the proposals and also the disputes that we have for different spaces. And as a community, it's very important to defend the museums in Latin America. And with this very brief introduction, I'd just like to say this is very interesting, which was public policies in the last government with Aníbal Fernández, which was to capture public spaces. And we wanted to do this with the Cultural Heritage Office. And this was a policy that was destined to finance projects related to research, curation in Argentinian museums. And in this proposal for scholarships or funding for heritage with an interdisciplinary team, so we decided to work on this project, which was Sounds of the Territory. And it was to generate a proposal in this office. So these are all the colleagues who are related to the world of design, graphic design, and many other collaborators who are fundamental in thinking of the heritage situation and the way that we have to collaborate interculturally. So the network of collaborators is fundamental to be able to think this project inside the Ricardo Rojas Museum. And it was diverse institutions and from different cultural spaces. And at a federal level, we'd made the call for joining this proposal. And there was a huge federal network to be able to communicate all the groups and all the different languages that we have from indigenous populations in Argentina. And so we find also in the Buenos Aires city, we have the southern zone of the city, and the Museo Ricardo Rojas is in the northern zone of the city. And that's an interesting detail to show that we have these communities in different geopolitical situations. At the same time, in all this network, we also called for the Center of Research of Aboriginal Tribes, which is in the northeast of Argentina. We also talked with the Mapuche Educational Center, which is in Neuquén, and then the Guarani community in Matanza, and also the program of original languages. So that was a really interesting alliance for us to be able to do all the process of sound installation. And also we included working with networks of different subjects in the university, different careers in the university also, to be able to think out this sound installation in the museum. And also we had the pleasure of talking with a beautiful poet, a really good poet as well, Zamora, who also collaborated with his voice and with his translation into Huichin. And also we had the participation and collaboration of the Hermanos de la Paz from the province of Cuycuy, who were last year in the city of Buenos Aires. With this space that we have in the Museum Ricardo Rojas, so we had all the collective translation of sentences from the Book of Euro India, which was a book that was published in 1924 by Ricardo Rojas. And with the Dr. Calamarangi, we did a selection of all different sentences to translate all this, and understanding that this meant a collective praxis. And this was vital for all these communities because it allowed them to remember many things. And through this proposal, through this sound landscape, we had all these different sentences into different native languages and being able to recover all the poetic language of the different cosmovisions in our territory. And all these voices, we could put all the value of that Ricardo Rojas gave to them as well. And people also felt that they were reivindicated in their mother tongues as well. And here we can see one of the productions, and these were papers that were the motor to do what was later on a very ample place of work, which would generate things that we are recording. So this was the cross between education technology and museum spaces. And this collective translation proposal into native tongues implied an experience to be recording inside the museum. So here we can see all the signs that were stuck on the windows of the museum to be able to read everything. And if you can scan the QR, you can find 2 videos of the exhibition that was related to the process, and then the room, the sound room, and other proposals that were generated in that space. But it's important that we conceive the process, the recording process, as a very vital narrative sequence. And this also gave lots of intergenerational memories. And this sound landscape was very important to make the bridge between listening, resuscitating, and registering. And this collective group in translation allowed us to amplify the experience of the voices and our corporality. How do our voices sound in relation to technology? So this triad, voice, body, and technology, is related to the other triage, which was listening. So this is the recording in the museum with the different units that participated as part of a proposal. We can conceive it as an educational proposal that's related to a collaborative research in a music space. And it's these communities that are reivindicated and also giving life to different words in their mother tongue. So the challenges that we faced in this sound landscape. Remember, there's a QR here that you can have access to the videos. But the challenges, we can say there were different points, different challenges. One was the actual translation in a collective code. So this was a real challenge to the team, and also accompanying each other, because this translation is an effective appropriation of Rojas, and it was also created a very community way of doing translation. This was Guarani, Mapuzungún, Gong, and Aymara. So this was a diversity of languages, of stories, of experiences, and we can observe different people that were part of this translation that generated a very personal and poetic way of approaching this translation and of doing this in community. We also found in the development of the project, it was related to the different trajectories present in the different communities that were participating in this project. So the different trajectories in participation and in presence concerning museums, the cultural formation as well, educational formation, and also political participation in different spaces was also important and very interesting, which makes us think that museums are communal spaces but are in permanent construction. They're not communities, they're not communities that are always visiting our museums, but through these kind of collaborations, museums can conform more ample communities. And another way of thinking about the challenges was the geographical and symbolic differences. At the beginning of this presentation, I was telling you that the museum is the northern zone of Buenos Aires, and the communities of indigenous tongues are usually in the peripheric area of Buenos Aires and also in Argentina, and that's quite significant as well. So we're amplifying these stories, amplifying these voices, and we're also making a rupture between leaving these people in the periphery and now putting them at the center. And lastly, and this is related to the photographs that we can see below, and this is the project when we're actually rooting it now, and it recounts ritualistic process, because I commented that this person came from the province of Jujuy. This is an indigenous movement from the northeast of Argentina. From the 40s, has been fighting for its territory and the care of the water for original peoples.
They've been camping in the Buenos Aires area while we were doing this process, which implied the educational project, and also we would think in colonial intercultural key, and it was showing us the urgency that we needed to present this sound collection. So what we did and what we used to accompany these events and this situation is the proposal, and they cooperated and participated, and during that link that was creating this bond that was creating, one of the vital communication is to invite them through this installation, and we can see our members of this third group. They presented us with the flag that showed protests again, different elements of the changes in their area, in their region. And finally, they allow us to participate in the last process of the installation. Apart from the expressions that have been translated, they also had a song that's called "How Much Does It Cost? What's the Value of Our Homeland?" And with this sound installation, we made it so that everybody can listen to these different sounds that were part of this, and they could also listen to this song that was created along the creation of the museum. And finally, what is the future of the Orindia? It's we can see all that in different applications, and this project could be shown all this experience that is a continuous experience that is getting different voices, different translations, and is also expanding our sound landscapes, and it's also creating this final plate that is going to increase this proposal and maintain that the proposal of this installation is also creating memories, and we are also, this project is going to add and create new experiences that are placed inside museums, but it's also going to create permanent experiences, continuous experiences with a wide continuity that is going to accompany communities in long periods process which is in long processes, which is going to help. That's the place of the museum. And also the reason why we decided to join this seminary is that these presentations are itinerant. We can take them to any different areas. If there are museums, universities, community areas, neighborhoods, and we can create this mobile character of this project. Thank you very much, and I hope that it was easy to understand, but I'm here to answer any questions, and also I'm leaving this presentation with you. Thank you very much, Valeria. A round of applause for Valeria. Now we are going to continue with Magdalena, who comes from Arica and is going to tell us about her experience.
Hola. Mi nombre es Magdalena.
Hello, my name is Magdalena.
Acá, bien, ahí está la presentación.
This is the presentation. I'm part of the Cultural House Yanulake, and I'm going to talk about these experiences of these. Those of you who do not know, Arica is a city all the way in the north of Chile, but this building is older than Arica's part of Chile, because Arica used to be part of Peru. So this was built when Arica was part of Peru. Arica is a city that is multicultural city because it used to be the territory that has been transited for thousands of years. And this museum, you also have Chinchorro mummies, and we know two photographs that are above on the left-hand side. There is a shop, and then Colmena, and then there is downstairs is another current photo of this shop, and this shop was founded by a Greek immigrant who his last name was Yanulake, and the house is called Yanulake, and he married a woman of African origin who was living in Arica. You can see her name was Maria Franca Ayala. You can see her at the balcony is Maria Esperanza, and on the there is this shop would bring products from Europe, and then they were being sent to city of Arequipa and La Paz in Bolivia, because at that time we had a train, Arica, La Paz. And now we can see the photo of the place where I work now, which used to be the storage of this shop. On top you can see in black and white the old photo and how it looks now. Okay, so what did we do? This Casa Cultural Yanulake, we have 5 people constantly employed. We do visual art expos, we do visual art expositions and heritage. In 2020 we started our management plan, and in 2021 we are also sharing our space with another foundation. I would like to first of all thank Ariana Gonzalez Yanulake, who is the grandchild of this gentleman. She had this place held as a cultural space, and she was always making sure that it's used for cultural activities. She lent us this space until Andres took charge and started making it and giving it more direction. So in 2022 we got finance and budget so that we can continue with our visual exposition using the heritage and visual arts. We did during that period of time we already have 30 different expositions, and that's quite a lot. We put a lot of work and passion into do that. We do multiple expos every year, especially collaborative and collective work, because in that area we don't have that many visual arts expos. We also, apart from that, we do artistic mediation, and in all those areas there is always some artistic guided art expositions. So we usually do it with elderly people and with educational establishment and different groups that have been varying since 2021 until now. This is a current exposition that we have. It has over 40 local artists, over 70 artwork, and now what we're going to do is I'm going to talk within those 30 expositions. So I'm going to talk about exposition Prisma, which was related to the art collective called Ermemia Studio, which is a multimedia motion graphic collective, and there are more digital designs. They had this idea, this emerging idea of the connection between sound and color. So this group has done or put already, it had used already some sounds among people between 70 people, and they would tell them, where would you place this sound? How would you associate to which color? So this collective, through the Arica artist, came up with this idea, and they brought it to our team, and they made in Casa Yanulaki we have two exposition rooms. One is a previous picture, and this one is audiovisual and performance arts. So in this case, it also implied that we used both rooms. We use this room with the multimedia video with the experience of the color. And in the main room, we had the Prisma exposition, which was different scene stages and sceneries that people could interpret with different primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, as well as some secondary colors like orange and purple. It was interesting because over a year ago we have always worked on issues such as agri-heritage and territory related, and we could say that maybe this is one of the first times that we did something more current, something new, something different, and we wanted to see how our audience or visitors could actually live into these areas, in these rooms that were evolving in sound and color, and these stages with different images. So there were different stages that could be inhabited, and so you could go inside. And how would you go inside? Here you can see some of the photos. There were certain insinuation, if it's a bathroom with a shower, everybody was getting in there, from the smallest one to the older one, and they were making their own plays and their ideas. And we also had the Instagrammable stage, because for our networks, social media, it was very important. Everything that was green. So if you would go there, you could write on a green pages, etc. In the orange area was a kitchen set up, and there is, for example, a person with a sieve on their head, and if you moved, for example, spoons, they would make sound. Purple was it was Jenga game, the one with those sticks, and they were suspended in the air, but you could also play with them. So you could actually live and feel what it would be like being in purple. What does it feel like being in orange? So all these themes were related with the color perception, as well as the audiovisual room behind that was with the sound element. And so here, this is a great group that participated, and they had these photographs. They were different chairs, and they were taking different photos. Okay. On top of that, we also, apart from these colors, there was this moderating table, and all the moderation is always with the students, so we didn't have that much. So we spoke about color theory, we also took some photos, and I wanted to show you this table that we call artistic provocation table, and it was a part of this exposition because they are different moderations for different groups, but we want to see how it's constantly relating with the audience that are visiting us. So when I'm in charge of mediation, because I'm not always, but when I am, I always try to think in a way that the expression could be constantly relating, and that we don't want to, and that there is not someone who wants to participate in that. So we decided to create this desk of the art provocation because it has some kind of insinuation. There were 4 games that we proposed. We are going to analyze them quickly. The first one was the ways we see. There were these little strips in primary colors. You could take it and go through different exposition and you would see how the colors are changing, because if you went with the blue one and you went through the yellow area, it would become green. Then here you can see, here is Ariela. She is the granddaughter of the owner, and she's like, she takes care of this space, and this is the space. And then there was a vocabulary of feelings in this box with some words, with emotions, feelings, and moods.
And so we had the colors there as well, the 6 colors that were proposed in the scenarios, and this box was really interesting because you could take out the word and people would put different words on and associating them to different colors. And we've seen this a lot because, for example, love is in yellow, but someone would come here and take love and put it on red, and then another one would go and put it on green. And so it was something that was changing all the time, and every day it started in one way and then finished in another, so it was a mobile stimulation all day long. And additionally, there are some sounds there as well, which is connected to the background room. So you'd have an MP3 with the sounds that were connected to all the expositions, so then you could hear the different colors. And the last provocation was called a poem and color, and here you can see it on the right hand side. So there were small accordions with the colors of the exposition in fanzine format. So it was fanzines with colors, and the idea was to be able to reflect around the color. This last provocation is, you want to share it, leave it here. And so this was called Colors in Fanzines, and it was very impressive, really, because there was a need, it seems, for people to say what happens to me with colors. There was more than 150 fanzines, and some people took them and others were left there. So the exercise of looking at each one of the people that visited and each color was really a really enriching experience for those that experienced it, and also for us that were reading the fanzines. And you could also add things to the fanzines. So, and all this was anonymous. And also in particular as well, apart from all the students and the elderly that always come to these spaces, we also made relationship with other kinds of groups, and this was the first time that we collaborated with the Nicolau group, and that was really interesting because it's these groups that are always outside, that are always excluded. So this was the first experience that I was working with people with Down syndrome, and it was great because it was another time actually. It was we use another velocity, another speed, because when I'm teaching everything's quick, but here everything was so calm, everything was so slow, each one talked or expressed their experience with the different colors, and we created a beautiful experience, and it was called Landscapes in Color, or Color Landscapes. And this first experience was very enriching of this joint work, and also for them, the people with Down syndrome, it was the first time that they actually left the foundation and gone to another place and walked around, gone into the city, walked around the city, and they actually went there with the group of the foundation. They didn't actually go with their parents, so that was also a very interesting experience for them, and it worked really well. And now that we are going back to the north, to Arica, we have another project which is called Confluence, and this group with Down syndrome people are going to also join the project or participate in the project. And the other connection that we made, the other relationship that we had, which was totally inclusive actually, because it was just general public, but together with the Autism Collective in Arica, and they've been working a long time actually, and always around arts, and in this expression they came as a group, and I asked them to participate in the experience of fanzines in color. And this was made with them and with the public, general public. So this collective was sharing with other kinds of audiences around the fanzine. And this format is like really free expression, and I was also impressed here by the time, because we worked calmly, we shared really slowly, and that's wonderful for me, especially when you're working in a classroom with 40 students. And so for me, I really enjoyed it. So I think there's always some kind of bias or fear of working with these communities, but really it's very enjoyable to work with them, and you can learn many things. And here, here's just a little bit more about the experience with the fanzine. So since they're all working with arts, and there was lots of expression and lots of poetry that we could share. And that's it really, and this is my team. And here's the center, they conserve, they look after the space. And there's Andrés, the person that's in charge of production. I'm in charge of content for public, for audiences, and Janice, who's next to me, she's an anthropologist, that is in charge of communications, and then Magda, who does all the photography. And that's really interesting because we are a really diverse group. We have designer, artists, everything. So between all of us, we have a really good, we make a really good team. We work really well, and we've had more than 30 exhibitions in a very short time. So that's it, and I invite you to follow us, and thank you for this space as well, because we're coming from the far north, and things also happen there. So it's great to be sharing this. It's a multicultural place. So thank you very much, Magdalena.
Vamos a escuchar la última
And
ponencia
now
de
we're
esta
going to
mesa
listen
de
to the
Gustavo
last talk on
Benavides,
this
quien viene del
panel. It's
Museo
Gustavo
Interactivo de
Benavides
Ciencias
from
de
the
Quito, Ecuador.
Interactive Museum of Sciences in
Muchas
Ecuador,
gracias, muy
Quito.
buenas tardes.
So thank you very much.
Voy a colocar
Good afternoon.
el tiempo aquí y si yo me voy a pasar, por favor,
Okay,
me
so just
avisas.
help me with the time, make sure I don't go over.
Bueno, reciban un cordial
So,
saludo de
well,
parte de
a
Ecuador.
huge
Y
welcoming
vengo no
from
solamente en representación
Ecuador, and I'm
de
not
una
just
institución,
representing an
sino
institution,
también de
I'm
varios
also
equipos de trabajo.
representing
Más adelante
various
ustedes ya van a poder ver.
teams
Y me gustaría un
that are
poco entrar en
working here,
contexto, no se
and I'd
menciona
just
en la
like
lámina, pero es
to give you some
importante que conozcan
context. It's important that
algunas cosas
you
interesantes y es de
know
que
a few
desde el
interesting
museo
things about the museum.
decidimos abrir una
So
convocatoria
we decided to open,
para que se presenten
make an
proyectos de
open call
investigación que
for
podrían
research
convertirse luego en
projects that could be
exposiciones,
converted
pero en
into
exposiciones que podamos
exhibitions that
trabajarlas
we
en
could
conjunto,
work
en una
them
suerte de codiseño.
jointly,
Y es así que se
design them
presentaron en esta
together.
primera
And
convocatoria
these
que
were
lanzamos hace unos meses en este año,
presented a few
7
months ago during
propuestas.
this year, and
Y de
we
esas 7
selected
propuestas resultó ganadora una, que es
we received
precisamente
7
la
proposals,
que
and
estaba
one
liderada por Caroline Baquet,
led by
que además
Caroline
no
Baquet,
es una coincidencia.
and which is not a
Caroline Baquet es
coincidence
chilena,
because she's
es una
Chilean.
investigadora chilena,
She's a Chilean
destacada
researcher
investigadora de la Universidad de Iquiam,
of
con
the,
quien trabajamos en
with whom
conjunto.
we work
Todas estas
jointly.
personas que les voy a mencionar más
So
adelante
all these
y
people
que
that I'm
llegamos
going
a tener
to
esta exposición que es Mari Pensario,
mention
un tejido de
later on, all
pensamientos y
work with her, and
emociones.
this is called
¿Por
Mari
qué?
Pensario. So Mari is butterfly,
Primero, ¿a
mariposa,
quiénes conecta
butterfly.
Mari Pensario?
So what
Por
does
un lado
Mari
está la
Pensario
Universidad
connect with?
Regional
So it's
Amazónica de
mariposa
Iquiam, es
with
una de las
pensar.
universidades más
So it's
representativas
butterfly in
de
thinking.
nuestro país. Se
And
encuentra
here we have the regional
en
Amazonic
Muyuna, en
Glam
la provincia del
University,
Napo, en una
which
ciudad que se
is
llama
in Miyuna, Tena,
Y
the
pues
Napo
está en la
province
región
in the
amazónica.
region of the
Y por otro
Amazonia.
lado
And
está el museo del cual vengo,
so that's on one hand, and on the other
que se
hand we have
encuentra en un
the
barrio
Interactive
muy
Museum of
tradicional,
Science, which is
barrio
in a
obrero
very
de la
traditional
capital, que se llama
neighborhood, a
Chimpacalle,
working class
que
neighborhood
está
of
en
the
la
capital,
serranía. Entonces, estamos
which is
hablando
called
de dos
Chimpacalle. So we're talking
instituciones
about very
separadas
different
por
institutions
203
that are separated
kilómetros
by
aproximadamente y a
200
4 horas por carretera.
kilometers and a 4-hour drive.
¿Qué es en esencia
So
Mari
what
Pensario?
is in essence Mari Pensario?
Es una exposición
Well, it's an exhibition
interactiva de arte y
that is
ciencia. Y esto es tan
interactive, an art
complicado
and science
porque ¿cómo
interactive
hablar de
exhibition, and
ciencia
that's
a través
quite
del arte?
complicated because
¿Cómo
how
hacer
do we talk
interesante
about science
una
through art,
investigación
and how can you make a
que lo que
research
busca es ser
into something
divulgada
interesting, because
y que además esa
research wants
investigación
to
tiene
be
algo que era
disseminated,
bastante complejo,
and yet
a la
this
vez que
research
interesante.
was something that was
Y
very
es que se
complex
hizo
and
una
also very
investigación
interesting,
científica
because
desde
there was
la
a
Universidad de
scientific
Iquiam sobre el
research
cerebro de las
on
mariposas,
the brain of
concretamente de un tipo de
butterflies,
mariposa que es la heliconina.
especially of one type of
Yo me
butterfly.
permití traer
So
una
I
mariposa tejida, ya
brought
van a ver por qué está
here
así, que es
a
precisamente
butterfly
tejida
that
por
was
una
being
comunidad de
woven by
tejedoras
one of the
que
communities
trabaja
of
con la Universidad Iquiam. Y que pues
people
a lo largo
that
de
knit
esta
these
intervención me
kind of
gustaría que
figures.
nos vaya
So
pasando, o si no, pues
I'm
al
just
final
going
la pueden ver
to
y
give it
tocar
to you so you can have
para
a
que
look
ustedes
at
puedan
it.
ver. Y está basada
And
precisamente en
it's
este tipo de
based
mariposas.
precisely on this kind
¿Qué es lo
of
que hicieron en esencia en
artwork.
esta
So what did
investigación?
they do in
Bueno,
essence in
encontraron un
this
elemento muy
research? So
particular
they found a very
dentro del
particular
cerebro de las
element
mariposas,
within
usando tecnología
butterflies'
digital de
brains,
punta en la universidad, que es un elemento que
and
se
it's
denomina
one element
el cuerpo
that's
champiñón.
denominated the
Este cuerpo champiñón
champignon
básicamente lo que
body,
hace
and it's
es,
basically what it does
tener
is
una suerte
to
de
have a
conexiones
kind of
interesantes a
very
nivel
interesting connections at a neurological level.
tratar de hablarlo con el
So
público. Lo que nosotros vimos
and what
desde
we
que nos estamos
saw
involucrados
was
es de que
that
estos estudios que
these
encontraron con el
studies
cuerpo champiñón y
found
con
that
las
with
mariposas
this champignon
visibiliza
or with this
interconexiones.
mushroom brain,
Primero,
there are certain
interconexiones entre
interconnections.
las neuronas.
First of all, interconnections
Y luego
between the
también
neurons,
cómo
and
estas
then
interconexiones
how
las
these
podemos
interconnections
extrapolar
we can extrapolate
entre
them
los seres humanos, las
to
mariposas y otros
human
seres de la
beings
naturaleza.
and other
Y fue ahí
beings in
cuando
nature.
empezamos a
And it was
encontrar
then that we started to
relación
find relationships between
con el discurso que podríamos transmitir desde el museo.
with the discourse that we could actually produce.
Entonces, ¿qué es lo que
And
nos
so,
planteamos?
what did we think?
Que todos estos seres que habitamos
So
la naturaleza,
all
realmente
the
lo que conformamos
beings
es
that
un tejido,
habit the nature,
que puede ser una metáfora
it can be a metaphor of the ecosystem that is constantly changing. And as you can see, what is the exhibition Maripensario? You can see the person who is full of colors there, and he's the artist Cristian Vallejo, with whom we work, and he's in all these structures. And I just brought a small prototype that he elaborated. These containers that have a metaphor. They have a metaphor because they're inspired in something that's related to with butterflies, and also when the stage before, when they're caterpillars inside. The cocoons. And that's why we talk about metaphors, how in this exhibition we're using all these metaphors as a pretext to be able to talk, to debate, and also to delight ourselves with all these senses, and also find a sense to this scientific research, so that people can think on this. Why are we researching, and what is it for? Does it interest anybody? Does it have any relevance for me? And so when we initiated the exhibition, I was talking about the people that are involved in all this project, and it's basically two institutions. As I said at the beginning, it's the Regional University Amazonica KIAM and the Interactive Science Museum. But also there was 8 work teams that were involved, which meant nearly 70 people. So we actually don't take into account the amount of people that are working on these things. And together with these people, we also had a panel of judges that had to qualify. You could ask yourself, how did you select these people?
So with this panel of judges that were external to the original idea, they were international experts, and the 2 people who were external from the team, but they are from our country. So 3 experts and 2 people related with these to these topics, but they're not part of this direct team, and they were all artists from Quitos. And the investigation, communication, and museums from different parts of the city, so that we get the idea of who are these people who were involved. And they did those that work, and they were creating this tree that is also metaphor, and this tree was installed by the museum that was preparing the exposition. So it's one element that is allowing us to understand how a system all has different elements, and these elements are also ecosystems upon themselves. So which technology did we use? So these are the challenges. These are the different difficulties, because if we have 2 institutions that were far separated by more than 200 kilometers, so we had to use video conference and remembered our lives during the pandemic. Then we created a WhatsApp group so that we can continue communication, share ideas, debate information from the university and from other people. Then we created content storage on Drive, and also multimedia content, which was very important so that we can understand what this investigation was trying to communicate. And finally, of course, we needed a collaboration online. Why? Because when we would have these discussions, we would need to synthesize our ideas on virtual media. So that's when we had some in-person meetings, and we found time when she could come and visit us and work in Quitos. But in this first stage of conceptualization was done online. So in order to summarize all the knowledge that we get through these questions, because we're constantly asking each other what are things, how relevant would this exposition be for our audience, how can we connect it to something that's happening in our context. And those were like questions for $1,000,000 question. Who are we going to who is going to be the audience, intended audience of this exposition? So if we're talking about analog technologies, we had the art installation, the knitting, and the sound objects, and then you can see them here, but there are also some elements that are in these connections, and I'm going to explain why. What happens is, from the point of view of the Caroline, because she has she's also studied Buddhist philosophy, and one of the principles is the connection and the networks. So we were talking about these elements of the. We also wanted to create the intranetwork, which it says that everything is made of parts, but each part reflects everything. So it helped us to also create something that is that used to be only abstract, but now we are thinking about how we are going to work with these groups that we didn't usually work with, and those are adolescents. So who are we going to dedicate this work to? We dedicated it to adolescents, so we created interactive modules that were created for the mental challenges. As you can see, my colleagues that were trying to create these challenges, how could they get these butterflies in these investigation studies? Then we also had a lot of information, lots of graphs that were inspired in literature, because Caroline said, do not forget to mention how important literature is for our youth. So let's not be just like a typical discourse. Let's talk about literature as well. So within our resources, we also had certain cells with different literature that has been contextualized in these systems and butterflies. And as we heard from our previous colleague, and we were also in the areas that are going to be Instagrammable. As you can see in this image, we have these butterflies that are inspired in Iconini, and they have certain expressions and phrases. I changed and I flew. I looked at the universe and I thought, I'm part of everything and everything is part of me. So, as I said, our intended audience are adolescents that we wanted to work with, the adolescents between 15 and 18 years of age. And here we have something interesting. It's the first exposition that was the first one to be designed for this age group. It's not that this age group does not exist in a museum, but it's a age group that we had least considered in our expositions. So through the mental challenges, through the weave, through the Instagrammable areas, and what we could notice what they turned out to be the most interesting for them, especially the Instagrammable areas. But also weave was very interesting for them. They liked to touch it. They wanted to play with that. But so if we are interactive museum, we should stop just doing the contemplation and the structure as the artist
made it. It was made so that you can look at it, deform it a bit, open it, close it. So it's something interesting that we have been working so that it's interactive, but it can also support all that interaction because for our audience that it was designed for. So we also use a resource, I don't know how you call it here. What you consider it? It's like a secret visitor. So the person who was in charge of this exposition would just show up, and I had to get in there without being noticed. So I had to see how they're behaving, and it wasn't just paying attention to the adolescents, but to all the children, all the people, and we were also paying attention to the adults, but in a different way. And here we could notice their behavior, how they are going to make that space there. So here we have some information, how much audience had visited. It was open on 23rd of August until 11th of October. The total was 270. We had 420 adolescents. So what are the challenges? As I mentioned, we created using the distant method something based on emotion. We also harmonized this collaboration between academic, museum, and artists. And it sounded like we were divorced because we never spoke about the same issues. How can we motivate the interest and curiosity in our intended audience, and how to maintain the coherence between the audience's expectations and the museum's discourse and sustainability. It's not just by talking about environment, but also how we can create, how this exposition could create some other expositions that could also be recreated and maintained in time. Here we have my colleagues trying from different areas, playing with that, from the finance, from the administration. They were there to, and finally, what is the scope? The permanence is 6 months as it's beginning. We don't want, they still know they're not losing the interest. We want it to continue being dynamic. We want to maintain and strengthen the collaboration between the academic and world and museum. And we want to document, share, and publish this first experience, and to connect all the communities that are involved. Well, who are they? First of all, the communities that are working for the museum, and also the community of the people who live in Quito. And so thank you very much for your attention and for your attention. Here is the email of Caroline Baquet. Here is the Instagram of our university. And also there is the Instagram of the Science and Interactive Museum. And thank you very much for your patience. I want to close with one of the sentences that we use with the youth, and it's from the Chilean point. If one of these days my voice stops sounding, think that my voice is speaking for myself with the sound of the paradise.
Gracias, Gustavo.
Thank you very much, Gustavo.
Como se pueden haber dado cuenta,
as you can see, we are just running out of time. Maybe we could have just one question for all four presenters. Very simple question. So in 2 words, they can tell us how did this experiment that they faced with their audience, what do you think? How this created it? What reactions did this experiment create? You all spoke about these experiments with different instruments, colors, with these new platforms for the art and science, languages, in a language that we don't know, but it's from here. So, how would you say in 2 words, what did this experiment cause in the audience that you worked with?
Asombro
I think impressed, awe, they were in awe, and many feelings. Lots of our, they had a meaning. It was creating that they felt like they had something. They could experiment and they could connect with original cultures, with indigenous cultures, and also to realize that they can make it tactile, present, all those things that they couldn't touch before. They were surprised. They said, like, wow, I've never heard that. So we created an interest that comes from awe, from the desire to learn new things. I would also say that it has to do with the perception of feeling and expression. Valeria? I would say that this sound experience was to revitalize their identity related with their mother tongues, and the idea that the knowledge gets constructed from the community, from the body, and from also from the community. So it's important to say that it's related with the community, with these, and in this museum space that could be great body, great home of all these experiences. Gustavo? Well, to sum up, I would say that the challenge and being daring to do it, we always dare to do something. We dare to do things in different way. So extending this experience and creating things. What are we going to achieve with these results? And I think it's important to also challenge ourselves and create these communities. And for me to come here, it was a challenge. It was also something that I had to do, because we also things that happen with our teams. We have to be prepared to learn, to listen more, and we have to be prepared to listen to people who don't think the same as we do. People who come from different areas. If you are in science, we think different. But if we listen to each other, we can develop different things that are going to be vital for us. Thank you very much. Without any doubt, these experiments create something in people, this awe, feeling that we can express ourselves, feeling vindicated. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much, the Colombian Art Museum of Chile. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to leave you with Diego. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, I'd just like to thank you for all your patience staying for this last roundtable. We invite you for tomorrow, remember, and especially all the people that are watching this online. There's more than 150 people watching the seminar online. So this has had a good outreach, and tomorrow we'll be in Recoleta Dominica at 9 o'clock. We will continue with the second part of the seminar. Everybody is invited, and the last part tomorrow is on about measurement evaluation of the impact of these activities, and we have very interesting people that are invited. And now there's a guided visit in English if anybody would like to stay on as well. And we'll see you all tomorrow. You're all invited. Remember, you can arrive at Recoleta by car because there's parking, and you can also arrive in the metro using the underground.
Línea 2 del metro.
Ya me estoy familiarizando con las líneas.
Es ahí.
Ay, qué gusto. Gracias.